of online platforms has improved, and institutions are able to deliver quality education using online platforms. All universities, including the top universities in the world, struggled with online platforms. And we've been reading like even Oxford, Cambridge, Harvard, everybody struggled in the beginning. But now people have got used to it, coming up to more than almost 2 years plus. I'm not sure what's happening. Okay. The institutions, hang on, just something is happening. Okay, how do we improve cross-cultural leadership and culture in universities? One is we can institute and incorporate a foreign language as part of the university curriculum. This is already being done. And from literature to lifestyle, speaking a language is the best way to understand the depths and breadths of any culture. I've learned about 5 Uzbek words in the process. Curriculum can be also altered to increase cross-cultural competence through interdisciplinary courses and experiential learning. Interdisciplinary teaching brings a wide variety of perspectives to subject matters. Hands-on learning provides students with an opportunity to apply their knowledge in real-life settings and receive immediate feedback. When campuses open up, institutions need to create spaces for cultural interactions and intersections. And when skies open, leadership can offer more options for semesters abroad. Now, I just want to spend the last few minutes of my presentation on cross-cultural leadership in action, challenges, it's a personal reflection, challenges and opportunities. In the pandemic, a group of us traveled to Uzbekistan to set up the Binary International University. And so this is happening in the post-pandemic period. And this has affected the whole team in many ways. For me, as a leader in this institution, I've had to face many challenges and I've also seen several opportunities. First, I'm operating in an environment where I do not speak the language. I had a semblance of Russian that I learned in the past when I was working in Uzbekistan. Coming here, I've begun to understand that the younger generation of Uzbeks do not want to learn Russian. They only want to learn Uzbek and they only want to speak Uzbek. So my little bit of Russian is become totally redundant. So I've had to learn a few words of Uzbek, which doesn't get me very far. But technology has helped me tremendously to improve my cross-cultural leadership. And it's amazing how people, even up to the lowest level in the institution, can pick up their phone and do Google Translate. So communication has improved with technology. While I cannot speak Uzbek, I can get everything that I want done by using my mobile phone. So that is one dimension where I've had to adapt, and so have people here to whip up the phone and tell me what they want and begin to understand. Second is to understand the Uzbek culture and understand the culture in Urgench. The Uzbek culture I knew and I understood was the culture in Tashkent. The people of Uzbekistan come from different tribal groups, different communities, and they share allegiances and language similarities with different groups of people. For example, the Uzbek spoken in Urgench is very similar to Turkish, to Iran, and not so much Afghanistan. So this part of the world is very closely connected with the Turkic language, which is not so common in the rest of Uzbekistan. The people here look very Malaysian to me, and I think because Urgench sits on the Silk Road, and there's been a lot of influence of being on the Silk Road. The students here have come to what do you call it? To a mixed gender classroom for the first time in their lives. So we find, and as this is a very rural agrarian society, people here are very conservative. And because of that conservatism, we find the parents of the students popping in regularly to check on their children, especially the daughters. And this again is a bit of a shocker for me, because in Malaysian universities, the parents may send the student to the university and they hardly ever turn up until the university calls the parents to come. So here, the parents drop by regularly to check on the students, especially the girls, and also the culture. I've had to understand the culture of Urgench. One of the cultural things that I've understood is that when you want to have a celebration, especially a celebration other than a birthday, you do not have it after the event. For us, it's okay to celebrate anything after the event, but not in Uzbekistan. You have to celebrate before the event. That is one thing that is very important. The other thing is having to navigate with teachers and the classrooms, because in the classroom, students are fresh out of university. They don't interact so much. And you have to actually use a very different approach in dealing with the students. And we have moved from online platforms to face in Urgench, because the pandemic situation is a lot less. And also the challenges of cross-cultural this one is I also have to deal with my local staff. They have to understand me and I have to understand them. And that takes a long time. And it takes a long time, and I'm slowly getting getting used to working with local. It's the opposite in Malaysia. I work with mainly Malaysian staff as support staff and international lecturers and international students. Here it's local students, local staff, and a few international lecturers. So the whole dimension has changed, and I've had to quickly change my thinking, the way I deal with things, and definitely is cross-cultural. My own cross-cultural experiences are insufficient, and I've had to develop new skill sets in coming here and doing something that is different to what I've done before. And I'm also setting up a university, so I have to start from scratch. So it's not just the classroom, the academic matters, but everything from furnishing the university, trying to buy the library books, trying to do so many things on a different scale. And all of this has put me on a very steep learning curve. So cross-cultural leadership requires thinking on your feet, quickly being on a steep learning curve and learning very fast. And Asif, I think I would have taken up 15 minutes of my time. I can go on with this, but my personal reflections are plenty, because I've also dealt with, and also we also deal with uh, cross-cultural leadership, not only in teaching, management, etc. We also deal with that in research. When we work with international research organizations and research teams across the globe, then again the leadership and the cross-cultural leadership is very important. And on that note, I want to wish all of you a very successful conference, and I'll stay with you for a while, and then I'll have to run to the university, and in this freezing temperature, by the way. Thank you very much, Asif, and thanks to the audience for listening to me.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for Professor Vice Chancellor. Indeed, your current experience on the leadership trade would not have been a perfect time match with the conference that you have shared with us. So much insightful information regarding Uzbekistan and the setting up of the university as a big leadership challenge that we see in the cross-cultural aspect of higher education as our theme of the conference today. Thank you so much, ma'am, to have joined us from Uzbekistan. Now, dear participants, we come on to our academic paper presentations. In this particular session today, we'll be covering two tracks. First of all, it is innovative educational practices and leadership, and then the cultural in educational context track. Over here today, we are looking forward for 9 paper presentations, and each of the presenters will have 10 minutes to make the presentation, then followed by 5 minutes of question and answer sessions from our moderators today. Our moderators today would be, of course, Professor Dr. Sulochana Nair, our Vice Chancellor, and Professor Puan Sri Datin, Dr. Rohini Devi, our Deputy Vice Chancellor. Thank you, ma'am, to have joined in from I mean, despite of your so busy schedule today, I know. Thank you, ma'am. So now, all the way from Uzbekistan, definitely I'm located in Malaysia. Now we are going to our first presenter in India. Our first presenter is going to be discussing about presenting innovative teaching learning practices for higher education institutes, Mumbai, India, by Namrata Acharya, Assistant Professor of Finance, and Justin Johnny, Assistant Professor Marketing from St. Francis Institute of Management and Research in India. Over to you, Prof. Namrata Acharya. You can share your screen. We have been given that thing. And please remember, we'll have 10 minutes for the presentation and then followed up by question and answer session from the moderators.
Thank you so much, Professor. Good afternoon, one and all present here today. It's an honor to present a paper today on innovative teaching pedagogies. So the title for my paper is Innovative Teaching Learning Practices for Higher Education Institutes in Mumbai, based in India. I, with my co-author, Professor Justin Johnny, we are representing on behalf of St. Francis Institute of Management and Research. So giving a quick introduction to our research paper, if you look around, there's a lot of change in the landscape of how business is done. Business has now become more global than only being national, which is actually attracting a lot of competition for even human capital. Recruitment agencies or companies are now looking out for students who are more of a rational thinker, a strategist, an innovator, or a problem solver. According to the US Office of Education, there are innovation in the way education systems have organized and managed, exemplified by charter schools or school accountability system. There are innovations in instructional techniques or delivery systems, such as the use of new technologies in the classroom. There are also innovations in the way teachers are recruited and prepared and compensated. And the list goes on and on. So this is basically a study by US Office of Education to talk about what are the different new innovations practices which are followed in US. This literature study was talking basically about the current innovations which are seen in the entire system, not only in teaching learning pedagogy. Use of innovative teaching learning pedagogies are enhancing the entire experience of the session for the student, and it is increasing the receptiveness of the student. So the background of a research paper is basically to understand this massive change that the education sector has undergone right now, right from the traditional method of teaching, which involved use of a blackboard and a chalk and techniques of memorization and recitation, to the current modern pedagogies involving technological advancements, which induce critical thinking and problem-solving methods. This current disruption in the education, especially post-COVID-19 pandemic, has further opened gates to creativity and innovation, as a lot of online platforms have got developed. Teachers are now looking at developing interactive sessions and the entire change in the style of teaching, both for the students as well as teachers. Our research paper focuses on studying these different teaching learning practices, which was first proposed by universities and technical bodies, and what has been adopted by higher education institutes in the Mumbai area. The aim of a research is basically to talk about how the entire sudden outbreak of COVID-19 has pushed the teaching fraternity to look at disruptive innovation, to adopt new teaching learning pedagogies and style, and to understand the ongoing change among the higher education teachers. The choice of innovative pedagogies for any faculty, adopting a change or picking up a new technique are basically dependent on few factors. One, basically the relevance of the subject matter or the theory which the teacher is proposing to teach, the expected effectiveness of the proposed style of teaching, the expected industry skill development. So what kind of skill do you attach looking at the student placement point of view, the innovation in the teaching learning practice, and the level of adoption in the teaching industry. These innovative teaching methods which are used by teachers right now, pre-COVID or post-COVID outbreak, have actually made the entire sessions more fun-loving as students gauge maximum knowledge and they're able to develop better skills with a lot of practical exposure to business cases and problem solving through experiential learning. Our paper focuses on use of different teaching pedagogies to study the usage of innovation in teaching and the total number of teaching fraternity who are using these technologies right now. We cited a few authors, out of which I've just quickly added few here, 2 here. So a lot of study has been done with respect to learning, teaching, learning, pedagogy, and innovation in education, which more talks about usage of blended learning. So it says blended learning as an online teaching method with traditional method has making delivery more effective for students. Use of video case studies instead of case studies traditionally, and all other techniques which I'll be covering in the next slide are some papers cited by the authors. If you look at the research methodology, which we have adopted here, it's an exploratory as well as a descriptive research. We have used both secondary as well as primary data for understanding the innovative teaching learning practices by higher education institutes in Mumbai. We've done an extensive secondary research using a lot of research papers, articles, books, and websites, where the study was conducted to understand what are the traditional, pedagogies which the university and regulatory bodies actually propose in their model syllabus, and what are the innovative teaching learning pedagogies which is adopted by the teaching fraternity. Primary research was conducted based on convenience sampling from faculty members in the of management institutes in Mumbai to understand the adaptability to new practices and the technological use of innovation. The research paper which we are presenting today, it basically intends to attain the following objectives. To give you an overview, what is the entire innovative teaching practices as a tool for learning, comprehend the teaching learning pedagogies recommended by technical bodies and universities, analyze the new teaching learning tools used by faculty members in higher institutes, and discuss the adoption of new pedagogies and adaptability of innovative teaching practices. So we're going to talk about these aspects in our paper today. We are trying to provide answers to the following research questions through our research. What are the teaching pedagogies proposed by educational bodies and universities? What are the innovative practices used by faculty members in higher education institutes? What is the percentage of adoption of innovative teaching pedagogy and adaptability of these techniques? How many faculty members are currently using these innovative teaching techniques? And is it mandatory for them to innovate their methods on a regular basis? If we look at our findings, I've just listed out the innovative teaching techniques. These are techniques which are not proposed by the university or regulatory bodies, but adopted by a number of faculty members. So just to give you a gist, first is video case study. When I say video case study, we have Ivy Publishers and Harvard Business School. They have come up with a lot of video case studies currently used by faculty members across the world for teaching, cases. Second is use of movies. So movies like The Wall Street or Pursuit of Happiness, or different movies to teach skills, management skills to students. So showcasing a movie and analyzing a movie in order to teach management concept is another second technique which is highly used by faculty members. Use of role play, especially for teaching subjects like negotiation and sales or consumer behavior. Most of the marketing faculties use role plays to teach different marketing concepts in the class. The next innovative concept, which is now taking a lot of prominence even in management institutes and proposed, it's actually done for teaching legal subjects. So that's moot court. When I say moot court, it's basically teaching you having an entire court scenario in the class by giving a live case, a legal case to a student and helping them to teach what are the legal aspects of business or what are the role of financial regulatory bodies while actually taking any decision with respect to a business problem. So that's another technique. Next is peer deck. Peer deck is actually innovating presentation, making it a two-way interactive tool wherein you can collect the responsive of the students on the presentation slides, using digital studios for lecture delivery, using communication labs or finance labs or industry database or softwares while teaching topics like finance. So if a faculty is intending to teach how does stock market work or how to make your portfolio and track your portfolio. So a lot of companies like Ticker Plant, Ticker Market, as well as CMI are now giving industry database or ProQuest. So these industry databases giving a lot of financial information, industry information for faculties to use while creating projects. Next is project-based learning. This technique doesn't stop with, it's not a one-time activity. There's a new concept of keeping the student engaged for a period of entire semester or entire term by giving a project which the student may work for a month or 3 months and come back with his learnings of different management concepts. Using group discussions, this is one of the favorite ones for a lot of faculties post-COVID to the online mode. When to make the session interactive, they have students form a group and discuss a particular case. New techniques like gaming techniques, use of crosswords or management games while teaching, make the student teaching learning activity more fun making. There are a lot of workshops conducted to teach different concepts, where these workshops are basically targeted at teaching soft skills or for personality development. And there are some technical workshops also created for teaching, say, valuations or teaching, say, a particular software like SPSS or advanced Excel workshops, which go hand in hand with the student syllabus. There is case scenario analysis, which is also used now. So it's just giving a case and building say different scenarios out of the case and asking the students to participate in each scenario and showing them the change in behavior and decision making by the strategic heads of the company for different scenarios. The other very good technique, which is ensuring engagement of students in the class, is storytelling, wherein when the faculty builds up a story which involves people in the class as well as the faculty, him or herself as part of the story, and tries to narrate his or her experience for a particular situation, which makes the student more engaged in coming out with a solution for that particular scenario. Using smart classrooms or Google Classrooms, this has become a norm now post the COVID outbreak as everybody moved to the online teaching tools. That was our research-based innovative techniques based on our secondary research. I'd like to just highlight few points which come from our primary research. It was observed that more than 85% of the faculty members who were asked about the different techniques which they were using management games, group discussions, and Google Classroom, as well as role play even in the online. While the least used techniques by these faculty members were use of crosswords and definitely use of communication lab or moot court. Peer deck being an interactive presentation, a lot of faculty members were not using it or were not highly aware about it. There were around 80% of the faculty members who said that they were highly efficient, adaptable, and flexible to pick up any innovative teaching learning practice, and they were trying to develop new ways of teaching. More than 93% of the faculties had agreed that technology plays a very vital role for innovating the entire teaching learning exercises, and only 6% felt that it was not necessary to involve use technology for creating any innovation in education. Around 60% of the faculty members believe that it was necessary to link new innovative teaching pedagogies to assessment and grades in order to ensure more engagement from the student point of view. However, 40% were using innovative teaching learning, but they had not linked this to the assessment and grades of the students. Usage of innovative pedagogies in any institute which had more than 20 members, which had a number of faculty members, it was seen that only 13% institutes which had more than 20 faculties they were using. So more than 20 faculties were actually using this technology. That number of institutes belonged to be only 13% in Mumbai. More than 65% of the faculty members have reported that most of the institute has now made it mandatory for faculties to come with a new innovative pedagogy or a tool each term. So innovation was getting mandatory as the institute started telling the faculty to come up with a new technique or develop a new teaching style every term. If you look at our contribution for our research paper elaborates different teaching learning practices, both traditional and contemporary, which can be used by any teaching fraternity across the globe. We have tried to highlight what are the different developments in the teaching learning landscape, and we've talked about disruptive innovation right now undergoing in teaching post COVID-19. The regulatory bodies in the education sector in our country has promoted, has promoted the courses and are actually telling the faculties to go for online mode also in case of blended learning. But these bodies do not actually promote use of new innovative teaching tools as part of assessments. So in the model syllabus of our of higher bodies, higher educational bodies in India, don't talk about any innovation with respect to teaching tools for faculty members for assessment and grading. Hence, maybe work could be done in this area by all the regulatory bodies in our country as well as across the globe to make it a mandate for adoption of new innovative teaching tools and to link it with the assessment and grading. Our study further discusses that although the faculty members have used a lot of teaching practices or are developing new teaching learning practices, but the number of teachers who are actually adopting or using these teaching learning practices in the class is comparatively less per institute. And so further study could be done in this regard, how we could get more faculties involved in adoption of new innovative techniques. Our recommendations from the paper, after studying a number of implications, we recommend that university and technical bodies should make outcome-based study a norm and have internal assessment grading attached with innovative tools. So whatever innovative tools is proposed, it should go hand in hand with the internal or the external assessment. The institute should also monitor that the faculties are using new teaching pedagogies and provide the right infrastructure for the same. A lot of faculties did not, working even in the COVID-19, felt that the proper software or that licenses were not bought by the institutes, which limited their, innovation in teaching. Institutes should also promote use of unutilized technological tools. So a lot of institutes have communication labs or finance labs which were created, and they were underutilized as the number of faculty members using these labs was very low. And a lot of subjects, innovation was not done to motivate usage of these technological tools. So institute should train more faculty members, give them that available platform, teaching learning platform, wherein they could come up with ideas on making some projects where these could be used. Researchers and faculty members across the globe should work towards more evidence-based professional development in this area. As we all know, this is a new norm with the teaching practices getting changed day by day. This innovation should be taken as an opportunity by each researcher and faculty member to come to look at more professional development and impart better skills in students by using these innovative pedagogies. I would like to conclude saying that we've seen that due to the outbreak of COVID-19, a lot of faculty members have moved to the Google Classroom, and Google Classrooms have just become a new norm. But irrespective of them moving to Google Classroom or many other online platforms post COVID-19, we do not see that add-ins on the Google platform or on the platforms which involve development of crosswords, puzzles, of gaming techniques. These are not highly explored by the faculty members. Maybe they don't have the right training to use them, or they are not able to connect the gaming techniques with the Google add-ins. The institute thus should look at what are the underutilization labs or active, communication labs or financial labs or studios which are available in Mumbai. A lot of underutilization, as I pointed out in a paper we could find. They could come up, these institutes should make it compulsory every term for usage of these labs for some kind of a teaching learning practice. So which engages a student, gives a student an opportunity to go and try it hands-on in the communication or finance labs. This will definitely showcase, I'm sure, these few recommendations from our side and more research in this area would definitely, showcase the entire world the growing importance of transforming the entire educational practices and systems which are prevalent today. Thank you so much. I'm open to question and answers.
Thank you so much, Namrita Sharia, Assistant Professor of Finance from St. Francis Institute of Management and Research. May I kindly request Ponsri Professor Dr. Rohini Devi for any clarification, ma'am, you have on this presentation. Or even Prof. Sulu, if there's any questions or clarifications. Yeah, Ponsri, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Actually, I would like to know a little bit more on when she was talking about the innovation of teaching as a tool for now and for the future. I didn't hear her talk about the assessments and the examinations that were put in. So how would this be corrected or checked or implemented to see that the students are doing their work on their own or to be copied? That would be one of my questions. And the other question I would like to know is, yes, innovation is the thing now. It is a must, teaching in the IT. Everybody must be IT savvy. But my question will be, can pedagogy adoption be all throughout the online through all kinds of channels, or would it be better it's a blended between the face-to-face classroom and online?
Okay, thank you so much for the question, ma'am. I'll just come to you the answer for the first question. You said that whether these pedagogy should be linked with the assessment or no. We tried finding out in our survey if the university, if the higher education institutes in India, primarily in Mumbai, were actually linking it to the assessment. So there is a lot of change in the way teaching is happening. So it was not only development of projects or giving assignments, but faculties have actually developed interactive modes of teaching. So using an interactive presentation or using tools wherein there is two-way response gathering from students. So this was adopted by faculty members, and most of them, 40% of them, said that they were not linking it with assessment. But in our suggestions, we are recommending, in order to increase the usage of more innovative teaching learning pedagogies and to make it more engaging for the students, we should definitely link it to the assessment and grades for the students. So that would be the answer for your question number one. I'm coming back to your question number two. You said that with respect to the technological advancement, if a faculty is tech savvy, or how important technology is with respect to innovation. So I'm right. I hope this is your question, ma'am.
Yes, carry on, please.
Yeah. So, ma'am, in our research, we also tried finding out what role has technology played for faculties coming up with new innovative technologies. So, whether they have developed these assessment tools using some IT platforms. So, most of them said that technology was important. More than 60% faculties agreed that use of technological tools made it very easy for them to develop new innovative teaching pedagogies. But 40% still said that, they feel that even some new methods, introducing a group discussion or case scenario analysis, even on the online mode, did not require much of technological use. So, and when it comes to blended learning, faculty members agree that, use of both the modes make the session more enhancing. And it's necessary to have blended learning wherein we use both traditional as well as online tools to deliver sessions. So that has been the study, that has been the results for our study and also our recommendation.
Right.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Prof. Sulu, if you have any clarifications on this presentation.
I have some questions and clarification for Prof. Namrata. I looked at some of the, especially your findings, which indicated innovation in teaching and learning. Many of that is not new. Things like moot courts, group learning, and things like that. And many of those are not new. And I wouldn't necessarily call them innovative. Maybe it's innovative in India, but it's not innovative in many parts of the world, because this has been used many, many times. Now, my question to you is that when in your research, did you ask any questions about because we are talking about the effect of the pandemic and how it has forced universities to go online because there was no face to the institutions were closed. There's no face to face, and in that kind of an environment, was there any kind of training that was provided for faculty? That's my first question. And second question is that if many of these methods of teaching and learning have moved to online platforms, that in itself is an innovation. But using it in a conventional classroom is not. So, what kind of investment in infrastructure was needed by the organization? Was there any indication of that in your research? And when you were talking about the faculty in developing innovative methods, was it for face-to-face teaching or was it for online teaching? And my last question, last two questions are linked. One is the recognition of online qualifications. I know in certain parts of the world, online degrees are not recognized. Do you have the same issue in India? And the next question is also, what is the role of the authorities that recognize degrees? Has that role become more receptive? In the Malaysian scenario, we have the Malaysian Qualification Authority, and many of the things that they didn't allow in conventional teaching has been allowed in online teaching because we don't have a choice. Because the authority says, yes, you're allowed to do this, you're allowed to do that, and you're allowed to do so many other things. And if you allow us to go online platform and deliver programs, then you have to also recognize our degrees. So over to you, Prof.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am, for the question. Coming to the first question, where you asked whether any kind of training was imparted. So we tried to find out this from the faculty members, and most of the institutes gave just basic training on how to use Google, classrooms or use Microsoft Teams for conducting sessions, but no specific training was given for development of teaching tools. Faculties have gone on their own, they have gone a way forward, and they have innovated the entire scenario of teaching learning to make their sessions more interactive. So management institutes in our country, basically, or I'm sure across the globe, we are all dependent on the student feedback mechanism. So whether it's an online or an offline class, every faculty is concerned on making the class more interactive in order to ensure that his or session is more engaging. So faculties have picked up these on their own. Recently, maybe after a year or so, the All Indian Council of Technical Education started promoting a few faculty development programs wherein the faculty could participate to study new teaching learning programs, tools, but it was not mandated by any institute. So institute would ask the faculties to attend this and develop these tools on their own, but there was no mandate or there was no specific training given by each institute. So faculties have done this on their own. They have picked it up and they've trained themselves and they started using innovative techniques. Okay, coming to the point of whether these techniques were innovative or no. If you look at my research, ma'am, for institutes, most of the institutes with faculty members, more than 20 people or more than 20 faculties using innovative technologies, only 13% institutes said that there were more than 20 faculties in one single institute using innovative techniques, and rest of them were not using these techniques. In fact, talking about interactive presentation, that is peer deck. So we're talking about a technological tool. So we tried finding out from faculty members if anybody was using that. So the number of people who actually said was very less. So we hardly had around 20% faculties who were saying that they use an interactive presentation, or they knew how to develop their teaching plan over peer deck, which is an add-in on Google Classroom. Fine. So they were trained on Google Classroom, but they were not trained on using add-ins. Many institutes have not invested money in getting the add-in subscription also. So that's our recommendation also, that institutes want the teacher to innovate the teaching pedagogies. So institutes should also spend some money on getting the right infrastructure for them for developing these tools. So that is a recommendation of the study also. Coming to the scenario of online degrees, in India now, the government is promoting their online platforms, that is Swayam and NPTEL, that are two national platforms created by and adopted, created by the IITians in India and adopted by the government. So these are government universities who develop these platforms, wherein they are running few courses online. These are basically certification programs which have some credibility now in the market. So if I say I have done a valuation modeling certification program from from the university portal, that is NPTEL or Swayam, which are the online platforms, then that certification has some credibility. But when it comes to an online MBA degree or an online graduation degree, till now the entire idea of adoption of that online mode is not very much accepted with Indians. So in our country, even now students ask us, when is the college starting in the physical mode? We want to come and visit the institute, because we're still in Mumbai. We are still not, we are still working on the online mode. So students also miss the touch, the physical presence and meeting people around. So that entire emotional quotient maybe at times goes missing when we are teaching on the online mode. So students also are looking forward. So that receptiveness of an online degree is not working well. That has definitely impacted the admissions across universities this year, because people are looking forward for the universities to open in the physical mode.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Namrata, and thank you very much, dear moderators, for the question. Thank you. Now from India, we move on to other part of the world in Zimbabwe. So our next presenter is going to talk about transformational leadership role on work performance under the COVID-19 pandemic in Zimbabwe. It's to be presented by Tondere Matende, DBA researcher, Binary University. Over to you, Tondere Matende, if you can start sharing your screen. And please note that you have got 10 minutes to make the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I am Tondere Matende from Zimbabwe. Over the past 15 years, I've been in leadership and managerial position as a technical training manager, providing leadership and management to various levels in several organizations in Zimbabwe. My personal experience in leadership and management plays a crucial role in this research paper. The paper is entitled Transformational Leadership Role on Work Performance under COVID-19 Pandemic in Zimbabwe. I'm going to show you the importance of providing suitable leadership style to disaster situations or emergency situations like the COVID-19 pandemic. By way of introduction, leadership plays a very significant role to work performance. Research indicates that different leadership styles generally predict work performance. The COVID-19 pandemic has changed the employees' daily routines and activities. Again, leadership, managerial leadership styles changed as leaders try to mitigate against the effects of COVID-19. In trying to mitigate the COVID-19 implications, the leadership practices were criticized as insignificant. But research indicates that the influence of leadership style varies across situations, cultures, and environments. Therefore, this study examined the role of the 5 transformational leadership dimensions on work performance for organizations that have been working under the COVID-19 pandemic era. The background to this is such that COVID-19 pandemic began in December 2019 in China, and it rapidly spreads to the entire world. Previously, the impact of other challenges would ordinarily spread gradually to other nations and continents. But this COVID-19 induced challenge spreads rapidly to other nations and continents. Therefore, the World Health Organization declared it a pandemic. In that regard, the business community found it difficult to keep their businesses afloat, and employees and employers were left with many unanswered questions, fear, and anxiety. It further caused emotional stress and failure to follow guidelines provided by the authorities. Now, this COVID-19 pandemic emerged to be a good example of an environment that can be looked at as an evaluation tool to assess the preparedness of organizations, organizational leaders when faced with pandemic situations. This suggests that there are three dimensions that need to be considered by organizations to survive during pandemics. And these are the leader, the employee, and the environment. The environment in this case is the COVID-19 pandemic, which has created an unconducive working environment. Yet leaders themselves are responsible for creating a conducive environment to enhance work performance despite the situation. Despite several studies on leadership, which show that transformational leadership practices can positively transform employees and organizations, results obtained from previous researches are inconclusive and contradictory. Hence, there is depth of evidence on the relationship, application, and the practices of leadership styles on work performance under the pandemic context in Zimbabwe. This suggested that there is need for more researches on transformational leadership on work performance in organizations, particularly under the COVID-19 pandemic. Some scholars have argued that the COVID-19 pandemic has exposed the leadership crisis and management ineptitude among organizations, and it also exposed general insufficient research on leadership style for work performance under the COVID pandemic situation. The aim of this research is to examine the role of transformational leadership dimensions on work performance in beverages manufacturing companies that largely practice transformational leadership style that have been working under the COVID-19 pandemic. Literature review. In a pandemic situation, employees under poor leadership may fail to enhance organizational performance. The table illustrated there shows that authors ranked the 5 dimensions of transformational leadership style differently. It shows that the extent of the influence of each dimension on work performance is varied, contradicting and conflicting from one author to the other, as is illustrated on the table there. In that regard, there is insufficient understanding of the contributions of these dimensions in disasters like COVID-19 pandemic situations, where leaders themselves have little control over. Some scholars argued that support provided by leaders removes fear and uncertainty in employees, and it creates feelings that potentially influence employees' behavior, attitudes, to energize them to work hard despite hopeless situations. Therefore, the study of the role of specific dimensions of transformational leadership becomes crucial, because specific leadership traits are the only source of hope for the employees to increase their work performance in situations like this. The research methodology. This is a quantitative research which comprises of a sample of 369 employees who were selected using systematic random sampling. Then a self-administered survey questionnaire adopted from previous studies was used. Then data was analyzed using SPSS to find descriptive and inferential statistics, Pearson correlations, one-way ANOVA, and regression analysis. One-way ANOVA and post hoc comparisons of mean values were used to identify the extent to which the dimensions of transformational leadership style influence work performance. Then simple linear regression was used to examine the predictive abilities of transformational leadership dimensions on work performance. The research objectives: 1, to determine the dimensions of transformational leadership style that influence work performance on organizations operating in COVID-19 pandemic situation. And 2, to examine the relationship between transformational leadership dimensions and work performance in COVID-19 pandemic situations. Then the research questions are the flip side of the research objectives. Summary of findings. The study revealed that transformational leadership is dependable and reliable in pandemic situations. The results of the study show that in pandemic situations, the most influential dimension of transformational leadership on work performance is inspirational motivation, followed by idealized influence behavior, followed by idealized influence attributed, followed by intellectual stimulation. Then the least rated was individualized consideration. Again, the study revealed that each dimension of transformational leadership predicts work performance. Further, the study revealed that the first 3 highly rated dimensions of transformational leadership are the ones responsible for developing employees' motivation, while the last 2 lowly rated dimensions focus on the influences that managers have. The contribution. This research added value to the scarcity of research about suitable leadership style for managers operating in disaster situations or emergency situations like the COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, it closes contextual and literature gap on transformational leadership on work performance under pandemic situations. It also provides sharper, distinct understanding of each dimension of transformational leadership on work performance during pandemics by validating transformational leadership theory to theoretically support the variables in the Zimbabwean context under pandemics. It also fosters appropriate leadership and managerial styles in pandemic situations. Recommendations. The study recommends that organizations operating under pandemics and post-pandemic periods must adopt transformational leadership style. Organizations must invest heavily in in-service trainings, developmental programs, succession plans, and inductions of new employees aimed at producing a transformational leader for future use. Again, organizations must start recruiting and developing transformational managers and supervisors. This can be enforced by crafting individual performance appraisals and key result areas to include transformational leadership characteristics. Because this study was carried out in one country, this study also recommends more studies across many nations and continents, specifically on the leadership role during disaster situations. In conclusion, this study examined the transformational leadership role on work performance under pandemic situations in Zimbabwe. While the outbreak of COVID-19 has caused several operational challenges in organizations, transformational leadership can cope up with the current challenges and also being suitable for the post-pandemic challenges. In fact, the dimensions of transformational leadership style impact on work performance in unique and different ways, and it brought deeper and sharper understanding of their contributions in relation to work performance. In the pandemic environment, these dimensions are responsible for creating a harmonious working environment despite hopeless situations. Thus, the study contributes evidence of the uniqueness of each dimension of transformational leadership style to influence work performance under the pandemic. The study also further offers managers a comprehensive work by which to understand what contributes to high employee work performance in pandemic situations like the COVID-19 environment. In that regard, the study recommends for organizations to adopt transformational leadership style and work towards increasing intellectual stimulation and individual consideration characteristics. This can be enforced by aiming to produce a fully transformational leader. Like any other research, this research has limitations also. One of the research limitations is that the research is limited to one country. Further research is needed to extend to other countries. Therefore, this paper further recommends more studies of leadership under emergency situations. I thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Tunderai, for the presentation. May I kindly request our moderator, first of all, Prof. Sulu, to have any clarifications, Prof?
Yes, I have some questions for Tunderai. My first question is, what were the challenges that that the transformational leader faced in dealing with remote working of employees during the crisis, during the pandemic, when everything was closed down? My second question is for Tunderai. Is transformational leadership the best leadership style for crisis management? Or is it the best leadership style for the current crisis? My third question is, if a leader was already transformational before the pandemic crisis, what had to improve or change for this leader during the crisis? And my last question is, how does the transformational leader deal with various changes like reduced budget, reduced incomes, etc. During the crisis? And how is this communicated to the employees who may also have to face pay cuts? Thank you, Tunderai. You can respond to my question in any order that you like.
Thank you very much. If I got you correct, your first question was asking about remote working of employees, the challenges faced in remote working.
Right.
And the second question, if I got you correct, is transformational leadership style the best for pandemic situation, this current pandemic situation? If I got you correct there.
Right.
Then the third question was if a leader was transformational already, what change how can he improve?
So what I meant was, what needed to improve? What did he have to improve? He was already transformational to start with. So what improvements did he need to make during a crisis, or changes that he had to make during a crisis?
Okay. Then how do you deal with the changes in reduced budgets and
right, exactly.
Yes.
Yes, you got me.
Thank you. Right. Maybe let me start to attempt the first question. There were a lot of challenges faced by employees working from home during the lockdown periods, in that they would face internet connectivity, and also was not correct. Maybe they could not have enough internet connectivity. The other thing is the challenge they would face is to manage working from home was very difficult for some managers to say how do they log in to say the person is doing the necessary work that he's supposed to be doing working from home. And also the challenge is also faced by working from home is that the employees would get disturbances because there were no infrastructures in place. It was an emergency thing, so there were no offices for that particular employee to work from home. Some were working from dining halls, some were working from bedrooms. There were no particular offices created because the pandemic came rapidly, and there were no time to prepare for that. Then the second attempt is I will attempt also the second one. Is transformational leadership style the most suitable leadership style during this current scenario? The research has shown that transformational leadership style is the most suitable style during challenging environments. However, during a pandemic situation, the challenges of a pandemic situations may differ with the challenges that we normally researched, because this challenge was across the nation. But other challenges that were experienced in Zimbabwe, maybe they were concentrated for a particular industrial sector, or maybe they were concentrated for a particular country, or maybe they were concentrated for a particular region. But this one was across the nation. Hence, this study now revealed that although transformational leadership style was suitable, there were some other dimensions that were more prominent, like the inspirational motivation and idealized influence, behavior, and attributed. But the intellectual stimulation and individualized consideration, they were less prominent during this pandemic era. Maybe the short answer to that could be that in a pandemic situation, people would be hopeless and they need someone with a charismatic behavior, like to talk optimistically and enthusiastically to employees so that they will soldier on and work towards achieving a goal. But on the lesser extent, it showed that the intellectual stimulation, which is to do with the developing employees, training employees, during the pandemic, it was less favorable to enhance work performance, and also idealized consideration, which was to do with needs identification, then try to develop the employee. These were less favorable because the environment could not support training, could not support identification of. They were busy running with the things of motivating people to work. Then I'll also try to attempt the third question to say, if a person was transformational, what needs to be developed? Transformational has 5 different dimensions. So the other dimensions that needs to be looked at now, although significant, they need to be looked at so that they are increased, like the individualized consideration. It has to be increased during pandemic situations because it is also key. And also intellectual stimulation, providing the necessary information to the employee is quite also necessary. So although it may appear, because there are so many dimensions, so if one has one dimension, he might not achieve to the fullest extent because it might appear as if he or she has achieved, but he needs to embrace all the 5 dimensions of transformational leadership, especially in pandemic situations. Then I would also attempt to answer the last question: how to deal with how to reduce budgets during the pandemic situations. The pandemic situation always comes with a cost. So for the managers now, they need now to balance between the cost and also the well-being of employees, because that's the beauty of transformational leadership. It has to also look at the well-being of employees during pandemic, so that they remove the fear that might affect their production, the anxiety that might affect their production, and the uncertainty that comes with the pandemics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chandray. Sri, Prof, if you have any clarification for this particular student.
I'll pass this, Doctor.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Okay, thank you very much, Chandray, for the presentation. Very nice one. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we go to our next presenter. Okay, we go to now back to India. The presenter is going to present on innovative educational practices for overcoming the challenges and inculcating holistic values in online teaching and learning. It's going to be presented by Dr. Michael Samanasu and co-authored by Ms. Sarita and Dr. Mallika Sankar. Dr. Michael Samanasu is an assistant professor at the Department of Management at St. Joseph College, and Ms. Sarita is a research scholar at the St. Joseph College, and Dr. Mallika Sankar, the another co-author, is an assistant professor with the Christ University in Bangalore, India. Over to you, Dr. Michael, for the presentation. Thank you.
So myself, Professor Sarita, will be presenting the paper, and can you please enable me to share the screen?
Yes, you can share the screen. No problem.
Yeah, no, I am not able to share the screen. You cannot start screen share while the other participant is sharing. So please.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Chandray, can you please stop sharing the screen, please, so that our next presenter can start sharing? Chandray, can you kindly stop sharing your screen, please, so that other participant can share?
Let me try.
Yeah, just press the button, stop share. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Over to you, Prof. Thank you.
Good day to one and all. Myself, Professor Sarita, along with Dr. Michael Samanas and Dr. Mallika, presenting the paper titled Innovative Educational Practices for Overcoming the Challenges and Inculcating Holistic Values in Online Teaching and Learning. Coming to introduction, the educational system across the world has undergone a transition and is affected by numerous factors ranging from technology to psychology, as the COVID-19 pandemic has created a perplexing situation in all spheres of life. The COVID-19 pandemic triggered a paradigm change in the outlook of schools, colleges, and universities who were forced to deliver their courses online through remote digital platforms. So this move changed the concept of education completely, as digital learning or online learning has emerged as the new normal everywhere. But a dilemma is with the entire stakeholders of this domain scaling in various sections such as adaptation in new form of education, infrastructure facilities, productivity of students, and its impact on academic performance, and so on. And coming to the background of the study, the traditional system of Indian education was a Gurukul system of education. Guru means teacher. And here the students used to stay with the teacher at his place and learn. And the world's first university is established in India in 700 BC. More than 10,500 students all over the world studied, and more than 60 subjects were taught in Takshashila University. If we chronologically categorize the history of Indian education to ancient Vedic times, then medieval Buddhist period, Islamic period, and modern pre- and post-colonial era. The present educational system of India is nothing but a replica of British education system. And coming to post-independence period, University Education Commission was established in 1948. India have made significant progress in the arena of education in the last 70 years since independence. and has come a long way in terms of its overall literacy rate with over 1,000 universities. In 2001, the literacy rate of India was 64.8%, which has gone up to 73% in 2011. Now, coming to online teaching may be new to India, but it is not new to the world. Most of the Western world, especially many of the foreign universities, including Harvard, Oxford, all were engaging the online teaching for the last 15 years. Case of India is different from foreign universities because in the academic year 2019-20, most of the educational institutions were forced to move on online education. Teachers have so many years of face-to-face experience, but only last 1 year of online teaching experience. Teachers have been forced to engage in online mode of education, irrespective of whether they are familiar or trained on online mode of education. So regardless of whether they are interested or not. So India is a country which has limited but growing infrastructure for online education, and therefore both teachers and students have faced many challenges when online education is being practiced by the majority of the colleges and schools across the country. Not only on infrastructure level, but a large section of the society is still not very well versed with these practices, therefore facing a lot of challenges. So this is the background of our study, and aim of our research is to understand the various challenges of online education and explore the possible solutions to surmount the situation, to suggest various measures to incorporate holistic values as a part of the curriculum and pedagogy in online mode of teaching and learning, to suggest best practices for online teaching. Now, we have done an extensive literature review ranging from 1992 to 2020. I have given just a sample of few. And coming to our research methodology, ours is an exploratory research design with the support of extensive literature review. We have taken only secondary data for our research. Research objectives. It attempts to understand the various challenges of to explore possible solutions to surmount the situation by inculcating holistic values through online education. Some of the research questions are, what are the challenges of online mode of education? What are the strategies to overcome the challenges? How can we incorporate holistic values in curriculum and pedagogy? What is the role of teachers in inculcating these values? What are the best practices that teachers can follow? Coming to the findings, there are some interesting findings we have. First one is the challenges that are faced by the teachers in online mode of education, both the students and the teachers. First one is the psychological pressure. Everybody know pandemic has made people experiencing trauma, anxiety, stress, and psychological pressure. It's a time of emotional, financial, political, and health-wise, all kinds of stress is accumulating. So these stresses can damage our health and influence the sense of well-being and behavior. Second challenge is lack of proper and systematic training for teachers. I think the first candidate also have mentioned it, this first participant. And the third one is lack of physical proximity with the teachers. Like due to the lack of time, I'm not explaining all these challenges. With the heading itself, you can understand this. And the fourth challenge is less social presence. It's a major issue. And high proximity with family and domestic compulsion, that is also a problem, because high proximity with family can also be a challenge. Then teachers face less preparation time. They are not getting enough time for the preparation, because for online preparation, you need more time because they are new to the situation. And about the class management through online is another challenge in terms of attendance, assessment, and grading practices. Earlier, the candidate was also mentioning, and the Vice Chancellor was also mentioning about the assessment and grading practices. And the last challenge we have identified is the students' attitude. Studies say that online learning have created a psychological tendency that students may keep quiet and they may not clarify their doubts. And it may create a kind of lethargy, and that will highly reflect in their academic performance also. The next finding is some of the key initiatives and successful strategies. We had given it as KISS in virtual class settings. An effective student interaction in the virtual class settings require three essentials, namely, first one is discussion and interaction, second one is instruction and reinforcement, and the third one is interactive class management tools. So in the first one, in the discussion and interaction session phase, teachers can use presentations, both text and video, conduct quizzes and polls, take opinion surveys, use chat rooms, though it can be private or public. The chat room can be private or public, and allocate students to breakout rooms for group discussions and peer learning. To garner clues, the teacher can make use of emoticons and other signs such as hand raising, hand gesticulation, which will in turn give an interaction experience to both the students and to the teacher. Along with the usage of reinforcement tools, teachers should familiarize the students with the learning environment, review the course syllabus, establish innovative ways to communicate with the students, offer support to track the participation. And grading methods offer supports to then and track the participation. And coming to the grading methods can be enhanced by replacing high-stake examinations for 3 hours to multiple low-stake examinations for fewer hours, because the supervision becomes a big problem. So it would be better to replace the high-stake examinations like 3 hours to low-stake examinations. And one more thing is, the evaluation pattern can be spread throughout the semester, not like 1 or 2. For high-stake examinations, we conduct only 1 or 2. It's not like that. We can spread it throughout the semester. And we can also announce rewards for fair and consistent good behavior will increase students' attentiveness and achievement. And coming to the learning outcomes are different for online and offline teaching. So in the regular face-to-face teaching, a course in a semester may have 45 or 60 sessions. However, in online sessions, the modules have to break it into 3 zones. Initial 5 weeks, then middle 5 weeks, then closing 5 weeks. The way of preparation and delivering must be different in these 3 zones. These are some of the findings we have done. The class schedule should not be restricted to 10 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. like the college timing and all. And ideally, it should be spread throughout the day, even in the night session. Even we can take night sessions like 7 p.m. or 8 p.m. and it can span over the weekend. The teaching pedagogy must be a mix of both synchronous and asynchronous modes. So at the end of each week, teachers should review on online teaching experience and reflect on achievement as well as difficulties. And coming to the value-based approaches of online education, everybody knows values represents socially approved beliefs internalized through a process of learning and socialization, which serves as a guideline for behavior. So educational institutions play nowadays an incredible role in developing values in students, because they're identifying the importance of inculcating values in students, even though they have that in course the so-called academic qualifications. So values can be developed by inculcation, clarification, affirmation on moral values and character training. Coming to inculcation is aiming at instilling and internalizing positive values in students. So in order to bring a change in the values of students' activities, targeting value education can be conducted across several courses within online teaching. For instance, some short stories, or animations can be displayed and incorporated, can be incorporated along with the course delivery. So it will be catchy for the students. Then writing some quotations, displaying and asking few members to talk about the same can be definitely, it will make them think about it later. No, they will assimilate it, they will think about it and they will assimilate it. An assignment can be given to them to make posters with values that they admire more, and ask them to make that profile picture in their social media accounts for one day. For example, in Facebook or WhatsApp, no, they can make that their DP in their social media accounts. Then coming to clarification, clarification makes the individual aware of their emotions, beliefs, values, strength, and weakness. So teachers can investigate the ways how students state their value choices. Teachers should investigate the ways how students state their value choices and evaluate them, and how they use the values in their daily lives. So within this approach, it may be possible to enclose several problem-solving activities into the course book or courses conducted through video conference methods, so as to make students think about their own solutions. And moral dilemmas can be questioned through group discussions to be held in the e-learning courses, with the aim of supporting moral development of students within distance learning system. Then anchored by a teacher, these moral discussions offer students the chance to verbalize what they think about the dilemma and to defend their standpoint and thus develop morale. Analysis approach helps the students employ scientific research and thinking process to be able to solve problems they face concerning the values. Problem cases about values can be derived based on the life of an celebrity or important person, and this can be provided to the students via e-learning opportunities. So since this approach depends on the questions posed by the teacher about the case study, it is perfectly appropriate for educating adults. So within this approach, it may be possible to conduct e-meetings, make use of cooperative learning activities, then design tasks to improve consciousness, and teach conflict management through utilizing the learning tools of distance education. And then integrating this holistic values in the course of the study can be extended to topics such as digital literacy, digital citizenship, cyberbullying, digital well-being, and so on. So real-time cases can be discussed and can be highlighted the laws related to these. Weekly dedicated hours can be scheduled, and every faculty member should be handling each class on a rotation basis. Classroom discussions and debates can be arranged along with the group assignments for Padlet entries or blogging. In that way, value education can be treated as a separate subject with credit in each semester. So subject can be evaluated through practical sessions and not with the written examinations. So these are our findings. And coming to contribution, it helps the educational institutions to adopt various teaching pedagogy or methodology used in other institutions. And online education needs can be facilitated at multiple levels, from student to instructor, from student to student, and from student to content. Some of our recommendations are: teachers should be present at the site before the actual class starts. Some simple recommendations: create a supportive online course community, develop a set of explicit expectations for the learners and self as to how communication will flow and how much time students should be working on the course each week. Then classify the students in a variety of large groups, small groups, and provide individual work experience that will give them a linkage and boost the peer learning. Each session should have both the synchronous and asynchronous activities. These are the 10 best practices we are recommending. Asking for informal feedback early in the term will help the teacher to set standards. Teacher must search out and use content resources that are available in digital format if possible. Prepare discussion posts that invite responses, questions, discussions, and reflections. Combine the core concepts with customized and personalized learning. And plan a good closing and wrap activity for each course. Coming to our conclusion, as students receive experiential learning through interactions with teachers, peers, and society, online education needs can be facilitated at multiple levels, from student to instructor, from student to student, and from student to content. Therefore, it is important for the instructors of online education to effectively model the desired interactions and to provide clear instructions, incentives, and structure for the interactive group activities. In the online community, open dialogues with individual students will help to humanize the online environment. Many of the chronically absent students suffer from personal issues and domestic compulsions. Therefore, teachers have to be more compassionate with the students. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Prof, for the presentation. Can I kindly request Ponsri, Prof, to have any clarification on the candidate? Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you for the.
Prof, we cannot hear you.
Thank you, Prof. Can you hear me now?
It's very low sound, Prof.
Really? Just give me a minute. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you, Prof, but it is extremely low sound, Prof.
Oh, okay. Let me see what I can do because that's the maximum I have here. Okay, let's see whether you can hear my questions first, yeah?
Okay.
Because I'm in KL City campus right now.
Okay.
So it's a little bit different here. The question I would like to ask the candidate is, she was talking about the values, the holistic values and teaching online teaching, right? And through short stories and quotes and all these are fine for children to understand the values. But what about the adults, the teenagers who actually are disobedient? How would they tackle that?
Okay. Prof. Sarita, did you get the question, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, if you may respond, please, Prof. Sarita.
Actually, since we three are participating, Mallika told me that she will be answering the questions. So
Sure, can. Prof. Mallika?
Mallika, whether you will be answering the question or Mallika? Because I want to give opportunity to everyone because
No,
I think
okay,
the
yeah.
presentation.
But is she here at the moment?
Yeah, she is here. She is
Okay,
here.
maybe she has to unmute.
Yeah.
Perhaps. Yeah.
Hello.
She's
This is Doctor.
connected.
Hello.
Yes, Dr. Michael. Yes.
Yeah. Can I have the question, please, again?
Sir, Mallika is unable to unmute.
Yeah.
Mallika is unable to unmute.
No, probably.
Her audio is not getting connected.
Yeah, audio is not getting.
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are
Sir?
very much audible, Prof.
Okay.
Sir, am I audible now?
Yeah, I am
Yes.
audible. Yes.
I think Dr. Mallika is also can speak now. Maybe she's already connected now.
Mallika, did you hear the question?
Yes, I heard the question. The professor was asking that, through short stories, only children can be enlightened, not the teenagers. But I humbly say that this is a practice that we are doing here because we assign certain works to the students to come out with certain value added sentences and short stories which they themselves can share to us so that we can inculcate these kind of values among the teenagers and the adults. So this is one of the practice that we are practicing at Christ University also. And along with that, like as everybody is more into techno savvy, we give assignments which is related with technology, so that they understand the importance of the digital well-being, and how being a good digital citizen in the online mode of education. Is this fine?
Okay, thanks, Prof. If you have any further clarification, please, either Ponsri Prof or Prof. VC.
No, can I share on the values that we imbibe among the students?
Okay.
Now, I am Dr. Michael Samanas from St. Joseph's College, one of the oldest institutions in Trichy, more than 170 years old. I am working as an associate professor in the Department of Management Studies. We call it St. Joseph's Institute of Management.
Yes, yes.
Now,
We
shortly
all
we have offline classes where one set of students have come in, turning from the online to offline. See, we don't feel much difference through online as well as offline. Only in online, we didn't have much of interaction from the students, but in the offline, we have face-to-face, so therefore we have more interactions among the students. Okay, but when we think in terms of the values, we always get a full support from the students, even in case of the classes, okay, examinations, or even the presentations, what they do online, they always very much involved. Okay, I would say that especially the people from Tamil Nadu are very much clear on their own focus, and a certain amount of values that they practice even in learning itself. Okay. We do not know what would happen to the student community in another 1 month or 2 months. Again, we may have to go through online. Okay. So students are also getting into the values that they are supposed to imbibe within themselves, whether it is in online mode or offline mode.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Okay, I have one request from Dr. G. Ramesh from St. Francis Institute of Management Research, Mumbai.
Yeah.
Yes, Dr. Ramesh, maybe you can
Yeah,
ask
yes.
one clarification, a bit shorter one. Yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Asif. Miss Sarita, can I know what is the research methodology you adopted?
So we have used exploratory research design. I have already told you because we have taken only secondary data, and
Okay.
yeah.
Actually, I'm sure you are aware that exploratory research design is inconclusive in nature.
Yeah.
So
Yes,
coming out
that's
with
right.
major findings like say segregating the sessions throughout the day or sometimes in the weekend without having any primary data, is it justified?
Yes, Dr. Ramesh, because these are the things that we have received from eminent writers and journals published in Elsevier and Taylor and Francis. A lot of articles which specifically say that they have practiced these mode of online learning, because especially in Harvard and Oxford universities, they have practiced these online mode of learning for the last 15 years. For countries like India and Malaysia, it may be new, but there are many other European countries wherein they are practicing these things for more than a decade, wherein they do not keep any special timings like 9 to 4 or 10 to 4 class timings that we follow in India.
That is fine, Miss Sarita. That is okay. My question is, you have come out with some concrete findings, but coming out with concrete findings on the basis of the secondary research, which is inconclusive in nature, is it justified? That's what my question is.
Let me clarify, user.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes. So though we have not gone on primary data, we have gone only on the secondary data. Okay. The mode of teaching methodology, including the values by the colleges. Okay. What exactly being followed? See, rather than collecting from the students or through primary data, what they follow presently at present, Okay, we could see in all institution websites that how the offline class, the online classes are going on. Okay, now since it is the recent trend, and probably they give what is the method of teaching to the student community with various platforms. So therefore, from the available informations, the data that we have collected through secondary data, we have arrived with the conclusion. But I would agree with you that maybe the suggestions or findings could have been inconclusive since we have done the secondary data.
Yeah. I strongly suggest, sir, you should actually extend this research to a descriptive and a causal research so that you come out with a conclusive
See, even in
decision.
primary data, we have difficulties in contacting the persons, See, that
Need
is
not,
the
need not
problem
to be
that we
quantitative.
face.
In fact, what I'm suggesting is it need not to be quantitative. It can be a in-depth
qualitative
interviews,
one,
focus
yes.
group interviews. Qualitative, but it should be primary in nature, so that you interact
that's
with the
right,
students.
that's
Because if I want to say that the students can be, they have these difficulties in online education. Therefore, definitely it is true. But taking suggestions from them could be using a focus group interview with the faculty members and the brainstorming sessions with the students could have a conclusive remarks because it's primary in nature. Anyways, thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much
We
for
will
this.
extend this research. Okay. Thank you for your suggestions.
Thank you, sir.
Prof. VC, if you want to have some conclusion on this particular candidate.
Yes, I want to add some comments based on actual findings of people who are teaching online since the pandemic, as well as the responses, and one or two comments on the presentation. The first question that the first observation that some of my colleagues from other universities have stated is that when they are teaching online, they don't know whether the student is there or not. And in some institutions, they say it is a harassment or infringement of student rights to insist that the student turn their cameras on. So the students don't turn their cameras on, and the student is there. And sometimes the lecturers say they feel they're talking to themselves because there is no response, no questions, but the student is online. That's one finding that has come out. Another finding is that many of the students access these online classrooms using their mobile phones, which means that they are also mobile. They're not sitting in one spot to actually access the online classroom. And sometimes when the lecturer asks, what is all that noise that's coming from the phone? And they say, oh, we are in a shopping mall, we are in a coffee shop, we are here, we are there. Sometimes they go to these public places for free internet connectivity, or sometimes it's just that they don't stay at home, even though during in between lockdowns and open times. That is one of the challenges. The other challenge that we ourselves have faced when we are doing online classes with students is that, I think this was mentioned by the presenter, Dr. Sarita, that it is trying to merge workspace with the home, with the domestic front. And especially, this is a gender statement for caregiving, as well as doing this one, and also to find an official place to do, to find a place in the house to actually have an official space to carry out their online teaching is also a huge challenge. And we very often hear dogs barking, we hear children crying, we hear conversations in the background, because people are stuck in the house. They have to do the online teaching. And another factor that we have also noticed, because the online resources in many low-income households are very limited, and the technology and the gadgets for accessing online is also limited. We find that many parents have to compete with their children if they are teaching online to universities, in universities or wherever. They need to compete with their children because the number of gadgets that are available in a household is very limited. And even if it's a mobile phone, they have to give their mobile phone to their children so that the children can access the online school. So there's online school, there's online office, there is online teaching. So there's a lot of competition on the home front. So those are the challenges that teaching completely online during the pandemic and even in the post-pandemic. And also another factor that is emerged is that especially older members of the teaching profession, they are a little averse to technology and they're very nervous about using technology. They're very comfortable and excellent teachers in a conventional classroom, but when it comes to online teaching, they get a bit nervous and they're not so comfortable with accessing online platforms and actually delivering effective teaching. And also the other thing that happens is also the flipped classroom mode. The flipped classroom mode is one of those that is emerged even more during the pandemic as what happens is that the students and the teachers or the lecturers create the learning process themselves, and it's a challenge for both parties, both for the students and both for the lecturers, because neither are very used to online platforms for teaching and learning. For the younger generation of students are very comfortable with online for gaming, but to actually learn on an online platform is a different story altogether, and they're not extremely comfortable. So what happens is that they end up, gaming while the lectures are going on, etc. And if it's a fairly large classroom, it is very difficult to track responses and also the attendance. When it comes to attendance of students, we mark attendance very strictly, but whether the students actually physically in the class, sometimes they put a photograph and they disappear, they go offline. And that doesn't mean a face-to-face classroom, they just disappear from the online platform. So many of these things happen, and the value I think most universities would prefer to be online, but the current circumstances doesn't allow that. So even in Malaysia, where in some parts of the country the pandemic is easing a little bit, more people have been vaccinated. Even then, we are very cautious because the moment we open universities, we have to ensure both students and staff are vaccinated. And these are challenges that the ministry faces. And technically, we're supposed to fully open campuses in October. And schools are supposed to be was supposed to have fully been opened in October, but now they're postponed to next year, February. So these are the realities of online education. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof, for that insightful comments on this candidate presentation. Right now, we go on to our next presenter. Our fourth presenter for the day is from Zimbabwe. Effects of leadership styles on employees' performance. A case study of Tunnel Holdings Limited, Harare, by Masevo Beauty, our DBA researcher at Binary University, presenting from Harare. Over to you, Masevo Beauty. You can start sharing the screen, and please kindly note you'll have 10 minutes to make the presentation. Please, thank you.
Presentation.
A good day to you all.
Prof. Asif, do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very loud and clear. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I can now go ahead.
Yes.
I'm Beauty Masevo. Beauty Masevo, that's my name, presenting on research paper titled Effects of Leadership Styles on Employee Performance, which is a case study of Turner Holdings Limited, Harare. The research was done under COVID-19 pandemic period. The co-author is Dr. Waimija. Let's move on to the introduction of this research. Cook 2012, he postulates that the manner and approach of providing direction, motivating employees, and implementation of plans in order to achieve organizational set goal is what he defined as leadership style. However, in such rapid changes due to the existing COVID-19 pandemic, challenged leaders more than ever to seek styles of leadership styles that can induce employees to remain productive. RISC 2020. Thus, this paper, it reports on the impact of leadership styles on employee performance and focuses mainly on identifying a style which is most appropriate and could be adopted in the Turner Holdings in such existing conditions. We go on to our background. Study 2016 assessed that the survival and success of any organization in this ever-changing condition is reliant on leadership styles that promote efficiency, productiveness, and innovativeness. And also Locke 1996 and Kirkpatrick confirmed that a strong positive relationship between performance and leadership style has been identified. They identified over 35 studies. However, this study is based on transformational leadership transactional theory that has been developed by Benz 1985. Furthermore, this company under discussion, Turner Holdings, manufacturing company, is based in Harare. That's our background. And it has been established the time when the country has been dominant segment as well as great infrastructure, I hope it's 2014. However, as we now speak, the country is going through serious economic hardships. What is the aim of the research? The study is intended to investigate the impact of leadership styles on employee performance at Turner Holdings manufacturing company, thus ascertaining the extent at which transformational, laissez-faire, and transformational, transactional, and laissez-faire styles of leadership, how these leadership styles can influence performance of employees. We quickly move on to our literature. As you can see, some authors, they had also confirmed in their main findings that transformational leadership styles and employee performance had both effects. It could be negative or positive effect on employee performance. That's however, we now want to, the study had aimed to see which ones then can have more effect on employee performance. We quickly move on to our research methodology. Our quantitative approach has been preferred for this study, for it has been deemed more appropriate since it gives the numerical results that show the relationship that exists between the variables, which is the objective of this study. We move on to participants or respondents. Respondents were the leaders and the supervisors of Turner Holdings. 255 employees from Turner Holdings, those who are permanently employed, were targeted to population. Several sites for this research 156. Yameni, 1967 formula was applied. Stratified random sampling technique was deemed more appropriate for this study, for it provides fair representation for all the units that are in the organization. Instruments used were the closed-ended questionnaire, and a 5-point Likert scale was linked. Finally, for data analysis, SPSS version 23.0, it was used to analyze the data. Move on to our research objectives. What are the objectives? Our first objective was to examine the influence of transformational leadership on employee performance at Turner Holdings Limited. Our second objective was to determine the effect of transformational leadership style on employee performance at Turner Holdings. The third, to establish the impact of laissez-faire leadership style on employee performance at Turner Holdings. Our research questions are as follows. What is the effect of transformational leadership style on employee performance at Turner Holdings? Second one, what is the impact of transformational style of leadership on employee performance at Turner Holdings? The last one, what influence does laissez-faire leadership style has on performance of employees at Turner Holdings Limited? The summary of our findings. The results, they revealed that laissez-faire and transformation of leadership, they positively, significantly influence or impact employee work performance. Said the coefficient results, they also further suggest that transactional leadership style, it negatively impacted employees' performance. What it simply means is the style reduces performance of employees whenever it is applied. What are the contributions of this study? Leaders would perceive styles of leadership that provides a positive impact and would adopt them for maximum performance, even the post-COVID-19 pandemic. Also, students and other researchers, including academicians, they will as well benefit as the study contributes to the present literature. Also, this study will assist policymakers to structure clear policies that uphold styles that induce optimal performance and curb negative impact of pandemic on employee performance. What are the recommendations from this research? Supervisors or leaders who are so keen to achieve maximum performance from workforce, especially in this existing pandemic, should adopt transformational style attributes followed by laissez-faire and should shun transactional style since it presented a negative impact. These are the recommendations. Then what is our conclusion? Findings of this study exhibits that leadership styles have both positive and negative impact on employee performance. However, transformational and laissez-faire leadership styles, when adopted, can be very appropriate styles that can induce maximum employee performance in manufacturing industries, especially at this existing pandemic era. Well, short and precise. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Ms. Evo Beauty. Okay, I kindly request Prof. Ponsri, Rohini Devi, Prof, for any clarifications. Ponsri, if you
can you hear me now?
Yes, can hear you very clearly, Prof.
Okay, thank you. All right. This is Beauty, right? Beauty, you were saying the effectiveness of leadership style in employees' performance, and this is
Yes.
a case study. But I see that you have got 3 different leadership styles stated here. Can you
Yes.
actually tell me why? Are you comparing them, or are you using them in different levels? Please explain.
If I get you right, you are saying, are the 3 leadership styles being compared, am I making a comparison of the 3 leadership styles, or I'm comparing them with how they impact the performance of employees?
What I'm saying is you have actually emphasized on 3 in your research questions. So I want to know why 3? Okay, at which level are these 3 going to play a part? Is it in the operation, tactical, or the strategical?
Okay, thank you so much for the question. For this particular research, it was applied to those in supervisory position. These were the team leaders and those who were supervising other employees.
Okay, so can you explain why you have 3 types of leadership here?
Well, out of quite a number of leadership styles, as many as they are, from literature review, it has, from literature review that I had gone through, and that is in their numbers, these words come to be the preferences because they are mainly used, especially in the manufacturing industries.
Okay, so what is your
get into details of these 3?
So these 3 plays a role in all the leadership style for your employee performance, you're saying. So
for the particular,
yeah, carry on.
Well, I was just trying to add on to say for this particular research.
For this particular research, I know that.
Yes.
Okay, Beauty. Okay, so how does this leadership style you actually affect? You have not told that part of it. How do they affect these employees?
Okay. Let me start with, the 3, they are different, and in their difference, they affect the leadership styles, they impact employee performance in different dimensions. For instance, if I move on to if I start with transformational leadership style, it is a leadership style that impacts employee performance through motivating. They base their way of leading, or their attributes, they are more of motivating employees, explaining of the vision, so that at the end of the day, they get motivated to achieve the set goals of the organization. Then when it comes to transaction, how they impact employees, the transaction leadership style, it's more of a repository form of deal. It involves leaders and followers exchanging services. That's in actual fact, many researchers, transaction leadership style, somehow, they either punish or reward when an employee performs. So it's sort of a reciprocal. This shows that in most cases, subordinates' performance, however, especially in transaction leadership style, can be limited to the reward promised. Hence, their performance does not surpass the anticipated reward. For, let's say, it's fair leadership style, that's a leadership styles whereby power and authority are left to subordinates to do all they please. They are the ones to determine organizational goals or objectives. Managers, they tend to somehow, they say, relax, whilst followers or employees make decisions for the organization. They impact organization, the employee performance differently.
Okay. And can I know how many supervisory levels you are actually conducted with the interview and the questionnaire?
There were 2 levels.
Mhm.
They were conducted 2 levels. This way, supervisors and team leaders in different departments of the organization.
So you use
So
all the
different
3
units
styles on
of the
both of them?
organization. Come again?
You use all the 3 leadership styles on both of them?
I didn't hear clearly.
I asked, did you use all the 3 leadership styles on both the groups, the supervisory groups and the team leaders? So,
Yes.
okay, now define for me your supervisory and your team leaders here.
Come again?
Can you define that for me, please? The supervisory and the team leaders?
Okay. Why I decided for team leaders and supervisors is because their roles, they were almost the same to ensure those who subordinates or those working below them were on equally level. Supervisors and team leaders, I consider them as in this organization, Tenor Holdings, their duties, their responsibilities were more or less the same. It's a matter of team leaders and supervisor, but it's more or less same and one in their responsibilities and duties.
No, I don't want you to say more or less. You should know what your research is about. Is it team leaders or supervisory? It's not because they're more or less.
But in actual fact, they were all supervisors.
They are
Considering
all
their
supervisors.
responsibilities. Yes.
Okay. Okay, Beauty, I think I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you, Prof, for that insightful clarifications. Thank you, Beauty, for the presentation. You may stop sharing your screen so that our next presenter can start sharing. Thank you so much for the presentation. Okay, now we move on to from Zimbabwe to back to India. Our next presenter is going to present on innovative exponential learning as a pedagogy, a case study of SFI-MAR by Professor Sancheta Banerjee, who is an assistant professor with St. Francis Institute of Management and Research in Mumbai, and co-authored by Anish George and Abhishek Kadbane. They are the students of Master of Management Studies, MMS, the same institute. Over to you, Prof. You may start sharing your screen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is my screen visible?
Yeah, it's coming up. Yes, it is visible. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, one and all present over here. At the beginning, I would wish to thank Binary University for giving us such a wonderful platform, global platform to present our work. I am Professor Sancheta Banerjee from St. Francis Institute of Management and Research. I'll be presenting the paper with the title Innovative Experiential Learning as a Pedagogy, a case study of SPEMAR. By SPEMAR, I meant the full form of SPEMAR. It's the name of our institute, St. Francis Institute of Management and Research, which is abbreviated as SPEMAR. And my co-authors are Anish George and Abhishek Kadbane. We all heard about this very popular proverb given by Confucius, a Chinese scholar, philosopher, I hear and I forget. I see and I remember. I do and I understand. This is said before Christ. And after many more years in 18th century, Benjamin Franklin spoke almost in the similar line, tell me and I forget, teach me and I remember, involve me and I learn. Which states that even though the style of imparting knowledge has changed, but the core concept of experiential learning, that is learning by doing, is existing since old days. And we have seen that a time was there when rote learning was very popular, but now there is a paradigm shift and it has gone to more learner-centric approach with learning by doing. Higher education students, they expect certain level of engagement so that they are more involved in the study, they are a part of the activity, and with that they gain their knowledge. Our our government, even they have found the importance of experiential learning, and because of that the national education policy NEP 2020 in India, which is getting phase wise registered at different states, which focuses on foster experiential learning and critical thinking for employability. Coming to the background of our research, as we all know, David A. Kolb, who started the research on experiential learning from the beginning of 1970s, as much I could remember, it was from 1976, when he started to give this a formal structure and come up with models. And he did the study based on, he heavily drawn inferences from big scholars in this area, like work from I'm so sorry. It's not stopping. Yeah, work from various eminent scholars, and the experience is followed by the reflection as a method for processing, understanding, and making sense of it. Project-based learning, as many of the researcher has stated, it has gained a very high momentum these days, where people are doing the study at a throughout the semester or throughout the trimester, and that has created a difference in the learning style, where students get the project at the beginning of the semester, and throughout the semester they are doing the study along with the syllabus, and they try to implement that in the activity. So I have taken SPEMAR as the case study because here we are doing many studies related to experiential learning. We have a proper formatted style where every month we have the innovation and development for excellence in academics meeting, which we term as idea meeting, where faculty members come up with their ideas and what they the new ideas that they innovate and they implement, and then they submit the report or present the report so that even other faculty members get some insight from that and come up with their newer concepts. So I took the case study of swimmer with a few of the cases, as we have the restriction of 10 pages. So I have taken 6 typical EL methods that are used by different faculty members. And so my aim of the research is to investigate how effective were the EL methods adopted by faculty members of SPEMAR. Coming to the literature review, as I already stated that Kolb was the person who formalized this in the form of models. And ultimately in 1984, he came up with the 4-stage learning cycle, which focused on concrete learning, that speaks about the experiential learning, that is learning by doing, the reflective observation, which speaks about from that what they are learning, like they are self-questioning themselves and understanding. Abstract conceptualization, where it is more focused towards the synthesis skill or synthesizing the learning, from where they try to come up with their new abstract ideas. and then active experimentation where they try to implement that, the learning that they got through it. And the 4 learning styles that he stated is like based on the style, the learner actually grasps the core of that training. So the learner could be taking it in the form of accommodating, diverging, converging, and assimilating. Coming to next study, that is Gustafsson and Grunch in 2002, they came with the hybrid method where they combined the theory and the practice. Perez Orez et al. In 2016, they studied and found that teachers and communities, they have embraced this project-based learning because they found it very effective as a teaching tool. Dogantam in 2020, which is a very recent study, again used Kolb's findings and made it more simpler and came up with a 3-stage approach of preparation, implementation, and evaluation. Finally, coming to the MARC model, which was found by Radovic in 2021, which is a very recent study. And I tried to focus on this model and check, me and my teammate, we tried to find out that the experiential learning that are implemented in our institute are more related to this MARC model, where the model emphasizes on the use of critical elements which have fostering and strengthening role, with a special focus on reflective and collaborative learning activities. So the research question of my study are, what are the effects of these EL activities on students' learning experience? And can these EL activities support a subject-specific as well as holistic curriculum? Here I have stated one reference, that is David R. Thomas and Ian Hodges of 2010, which came in a book published by Sage Publication, where they stated that in exploratory research, we can take only research question as research objective will also be in the similar line. And we try to find out the answer to this research questions. Coming to my research methodology, we used exploratory research design with this case study approach. We studied different development of innovative pedagogies in the form of experiential learning in our college, where we have seen that there is a combination of some pre-existing proven methods which are utilized or new innovative method that has been developed. We collected the reports submitted by the faculty members on this experiential learning applied for the subjects in semester and trimester. As I stated, out of this, we have picked up 6 which we felt that which are following MARC model. Then we wrote the description of the activity from their report. We picked up the objectives that they have mentioned for the activity and the teachers' expected achievable learning outcomes. We collected brief experience and evaluation of the activity submitted by the students. Though for each subject, there was a big number of students who had submitted, but we picked up at random 5 for each of the EL program to evaluate, to understand the students' understanding or students' perception. And then we try to compare the teachers' expected achievable learning outcome and the students' perception towards this achieved learning outcomes. The 6 selected ELs that we have taken, one is from marketing management, where students were given to develop a marketing plan. They are right from the scratch level of developing a new product design till bringing it to the market, and then how to work with that so that they do a good business along with financials. That was covered. In public relations, we focused on streamer brand development, where students came up with, once they developed one street play and they went to different shopping malls, performed that play for the generation of awareness related to plantation drive. And along with that, they tried to promote streamer brand, where inquiries were generated. And during the pandemic time, when online mode was going on, students worked on coming up with selfie with guru, typical concept where students clicked pictures and they posted in their Instagram and other social media pages, and tried to pull more number of people to visit the page. And on likes and shares, they were awarded, so that again, the stream of brand development is done. Financial management subject for which Beam game was done, where students were given the beans where they were given scenarios and they were supposed to decide how to spend from their limited earning. Rural marketing, where students were sent to different rural areas and they went there, they took interviews and made documentary videos. Marketing research and analysis, where research project on given topics and students found empirical evidence and worked on it in different statistical software like SPSS. Social media marketing and digital marketing, where business website development was there. Though in my research paper, I have created two different tables, one summary for the teachers and one summary for the students. But here I have brought it together because certain things which were common and certain things which were different. I wish to show you the paper where we have brought the views of the teachers in this manner, where teachers, the objectives that they have stated are here, along with the teachers' inference on achievable learning outcome. And then we have taken the insight from the students, where students spoke in terms of their learning outcome, in terms of the subject, and in terms of there are certain outcomes which were very general in nature. So we divided it into two categories. One was subject specific and one was general learning outcomes. Going back to the PPT, from this entire study, the typical things that we have found out, one is incorporating EL in higher education for MBA students is actually, it is challenging, but it fetched a very good result. Secondly, it strongly supports the positive impact on pedagogy as it created more student involvement and engagement, which is also in line with Bolton's study. Teachers also felt it was easier to give quick feedback to the students and relate the learning again in classroom teaching for better understanding, because many times what happened, students came up, like when they did the activity, they faced certain issues, they discussed amongst themselves, and for the points for which they were not getting the answer, they brought it to the subject facilitator, and the teacher was there to solve his problem or answer his queries. So the learning took side by side along with the activity. So it was more impactful in nature. It was observed that students' self-learning pace through these activities was seen to be visibly improved as compared to previous batches, where there were certain activities which we tried batches after batches, and we have seen that even the faculty member has improved his style based on the outcome that he got in the previous batch and incorporated that in the next batch. Like in Bean Camp, we have seen that in every year there is a better outcome. The study found that students embrace the activities with high enthusiasm, which is also a finding of Hurtas Valdivia in 2021. But it is contradicting Armstrong's study that was in 2003, where he found that though this is a good approach, but many times with too much of experiential learning, students are more tired, they get fatigued, and gradually they lose interest. But in our college, we have seen that that does not happen. Students are more involved in this kind of learning. Our study is more aligned to Azugal's 2020, as it reported an increase in confidence level while giving students the feeling of being happy and comfortable. It was noticed that since marks were assigned with the activity, students took it more seriously as learning and performing through fun. The contribution of our study is one, it has given a better understanding of the subject as stated by the students. The study found that students learned many things from their peer, and while working in social setting, they were more comfortable and they were very easily discussing the issues and concepts. Review and evaluation of decision through learning from experience, which is a type of reflective practice, again going by Mark's model. Students could use both their cognitive and affective domain of learning, where cognitive domain especially spoke about the intellectual side of the learning, whereas affective domain spoke about the values and attitude. Relating the learning from the activity as a quick feedback by teachers as facilitator eased out teaching many complex concepts, which I just explained in the previous slide. Coming to recommendations, now since it's a exploratory study, plus it's a case study approach with only one college taken under consideration. So I've not given recommendation as such, rather I have thrown some light towards future course of study that could be done, like how students process these learnings in future days, because I have taken the input of students from last 3-4 years, but like those who have passed out 5 years or 10 years before, whether still they remember those things or not, still they're using those learnings or not, we can do a study on that. How to extend collaborative learning opportunities for students of different courses, like from different specialization or from like PGDM, MBA, executive MBA, whether we can bring all those students together and go for a collaborative learning. That could be studied. And we can do a study of like picking up many more other higher education institutions to get a better result. Reviewing back, as higher education practitioner, it is important that the best pedagogical tools should be adopted for expected results. With the flexibility given by STEMA management to impart best education, faculty members are committed to serving the student community with either proven EL techniques or developing new one based on the subject requirement, which they are doing. This approach has undoubtedly complemented teaching related to real world scenarios and enhanced the teaching learning process. Embedding EL in higher education as a pedagogical tool may extend collaborative learning opportunities for students of different courses. These are our references from various research papers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation, Professor Sanchita Banerjee. Okay. Just a few clarification from my side, if I want to just ask on.
Yes,
since the study was done on one institution only, and the study is done during the pandemic era as well, okay?
Yes.
So does your study have any impact on a pre-pandemic or no pandemic and, online teaching or face-to-face teaching? Would the study have different result on that one?
Okay, thank you for the question, sir. I must say that yes, in online mode, if I'm taking only the online teaching as pedagogical tool and I'm analyzing that, then definitely the study would have shown a different result. But since in our country, we are gradually opening up, many schools and colleges have started, like in Mumbai also, from 8th to 12th standard schools have already started. So we are expecting even our colleges to open up. It is always better that students gain hands-on training by being present in the campus or by going out more than sitting at home and just doing online learning. But then, as I told you, during pandemic season, I have mentioned that only that selfie with Guru, that PR activity, that those students were monitored and those students were asked to give their opinion. There they said that yes, through online mode, through digital mode, the impact that they have seen is wonderful. So that was one. And the second one that was related to the website design, which also covered both the online and the previous time also, because this is something which we are practicing for last 3 years. So first year was not in online mode, students were here and they worked on it. Second year, it was a combination because half of the year was offline and remaining part was online. And this year it's totally online. So this year's responses are pretty different as compared to the 3 years before experience. And the remaining things, the other 4 that I have picked up, those are from old batches because it was very difficult to incorporate that in this pandemic scenario. It was not possible for students to go out in rural area and pick up the videos. So I had to take the responses of those students. But they say they are always mentioning that, ma'am, these students are missing out these experiences because in online mode, they will never understand rural marketing the way we understood when we reached out over there and interacted with people over there.
Right. Thank you very much. And just one more clarification. It is regarding the learning outcomes as you have shown here from the lecturer's perception, from the student's perception, what they achieved and what the student thought was achieved, right? On the learning outcomes that is there. But
Yes.
how these learning outcomes were aligned with the assessment of the students, okay? Because if I am a lecturer, for me, okay, as far as the teaching is concerned, I just make sure that I have achieved my learning outcomes while teaching.
Yes.
But
Yes,
while
sir.
assessing these students, how these learning outcomes were assessed, that's also one important component, because last 3 years, as you mentioned, year 1 was a purely face-to-face, year 2 was a hybrid, and year 3 is a purely online. So you
Yes,
see the assessment as well is also 3 different category of assessment, right?
definitely. Yes.
So I think when you, it can look into another dimension as well. So to include the perception of the students, assessment of these allows, yeah, because the period are 3 different periods we are talking about. They are not
Yes.
uniform periods, right?
Yes.
So
Yes.
maybe
Very
that
much.
itself can be a comparative study
Study.
between the fully online, hybrid, and face-to-face. So that may give a lot of wider dimension to your this work. Yeah.
Very true, sir. Very
Right.
true. Thank you
And then
so much for the insight.
if you can also add on focus group discussion, then an in-depth interview, or
Yes.
at least a key informant interview from your institution, then later on can be a
Yes.
comparative study of the similar nature with
Yes.
other institutions around you or in India. Maybe then later on a global comparative study. So the study opens a lot of room for this particular research. Yeah.
Definitely, sir. Definitely. That's a
Okay.
very good insight. Thank you so much.
Thank you very
Thank
much for
you.
the presentation.
Thank
Okay.
you, sir.
Thank you. Now we move on to our next presenter. The role of leadership style on performance of banks during the COVID-19 pandemic in Zimbabwe by Regi Dengarambwa, our DBA researcher in Binary University. Over to you, Regi, for your presentation. If Prof. Sancheta can stop sharing the screen, maybe the next candidate can start sharing the screen. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I'm trying to stop it just a minute.
Okay. Thank you very much. Regi Dengaro Amboa, are you ready to present?
Hello.
Hello. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you very clearly. You can start.
All right.
Please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Regi Dangarembwa. I'm going to present a paper stated in the article, which is the role of leadership styles on performance of banks during the COVID-19 pandemic. The co-author is Dr. Mija Youssef, who was once my supervisor for my DBA thesis. To kickstart off the presentation, according to Helen Keller, she says it's better to be born blind than to be born with sight without vision. That's what leadership is anchored upon. And having said that, today's uncertain and competitive business environment has cast the limelight on the issue of leadership. Thus, the challenges of coping with today's COVID-19 pandemic business environment has put many organizations on their toes to struggle for survival. Having said that, significant theoretical and empirical work on leadership and organizational performance across the globe already exist. However, it is to a certain extent assumed that the kind of leadership style employed in an organization has an impact on its overall performance. That's according to Mogri in 2019. Further to that, leadership is a critical management skill which involves the ability to encourage a group of people towards a common goal. And it also focuses on development of followers, their needs, and building their capacity. That's according to Klein and others in 2013. Then I move on to the background of the research study. A few studies have been conducted on bank performance and on leadership strategies in Zimbabwean banks. However, no detailed study on the leadership styles and performance of banks has been encountered so far, especially in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. With regard to the Zimbabwean economy, it has been shrinking downwards since 2008 to date. However, the situation was also further worsened by the COVID-19 pandemic, which we are currently experiencing in the whole world. Against this backdrop, this background, it is clearly evident that the banking sector in Zimbabwe has been operating in a harsh economic environment from year 2000 to date. And during that period, some banks shut down while others progressed. Hence, the reason for this disparity in performance remains ambiguous, as literature on leadership styles is like a double-edged sword. What is the aim of this research study? The research is aiming at reviewing current trends in leadership styles in the banking sector in Zimbabwe during the COVID-19 pandemic. Further to that, the aim of the research is to establish if existing leadership styles adopted by various Zimbabwean bank top leaders, that is the CEOs, influence workers and ultimately bank's performance. Thirdly, establishing if existing leadership styles provide an adequate response to the risks posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. And fourthly, establishing whether strategies adopted by banks in response to the COVID-19 have implications on future leadership styles. There has been literature to date with regards to the COVID-19 pandemic on performance of organizations, in particular with the banks. And there are a lot of authors who have come up with research studies. The likes of Carsendo, Peters, and Martin in 2020, Asare in 2020 as well, and Krusko in 2021. What are the research methodology which the two researchers adopted? The study basically used a phenomenology research philosophy because the facts are used and they help in shaping the methodological stance of the study. Further to that, the study also adopted the cross-sectional exploratory research design as it concerned with exploring and identifying what happened, what is currently happening. The population for the study was from the 18 registered banks, 2 savings banks, and 4 building societies in Zimbabwe, and top leaders from the Bankers Association of Zimbabwe and the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe. And when we say top leaders, we are talking about the CEOs or the managing directors of those institutions. The non-probability sampling method was also adopted to select leaders from the banking sector in Zimbabwe. And further to that, purposive sampling was employed based on the experience and knowledge of the respondents, so as to come up with the most relevant respondents within the population who can provide expert knowledge on leadership styles and its impact on performance of banks in Zimbabwe during this COVID-19 pandemic. Hence, a sample size of 26 respondents was used to avoid data saturation. What were the research objectives? They were basically 1, to determine the leadership styles adopted by banks in Zimbabwe in a COVID-19 pandemic environment. 2, to determine whether the performance of bank depends on leadership style adopted. And thirdly, to determine the contribution of leadership styles to the performance of banks in Zimbabwe during COVID-19 pandemic. The research questions. The first one is, what is the contribution of leadership styles to the performance of banking sector in Zimbabwe during COVID-19 pandemic? Secondly, can the existing leadership styles provide an adequate response to the risks posed by the COVID-19 pandemic? Having done that, we came up with a summary of findings, and the following were the research findings. Number 1, the ever-changing operating environment is very dynamic, and there is need for the banking sector leadership to adopt dynamic leadership styles for them to survive during the COVID-19 pandemic. Secondly, the adoption of leadership styles such as transformational leadership is considered ideal for the COVID-19 pandemic operating environment in Zimbabwe, and I'll explain why. Technological advancement in form of investment in robust ICT platforms is highly recommended if banks are to keep themselves in the business and be profitable. Performance tracking and measurement for staff working from home has been difficult to monitor. Fourthly, there is need for a development of a remote work policy for the banking staff, which has been not known in most countries, if not Zimbabwe alone. Fifthly, there is need to invest in resource requirements for staff working remotely. We have also noted that there have been challenges of low-level internal connectivity in terms of network connectivity. Sixthly, COVID-19 pandemic has resulted in reduction of banking sector profits, layoff of some of the banking staff, and redundancy of IC equipment, especially the big desktops. Last but not least, trade losses. For instance, the return on equity in 2020 in Zimbabwe, it fell by 50% to 7%. What is going to be the contribution of this research study? This research is an addition to the body of existing knowledge on the role of leadership styles in respect of banking sector performance during the COVID-19 pandemic. It thus closes the gap that exists by looking at leadership styles and their implication on banking sector performance in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic. It further outlines policy recommendations that ensure business continuity for both private and public sector organizations. What are the recommendations from this research study? One, it calls for the adoption of transformational leadership within the banking sector. Why? Because transformational leadership is dynamic. Hence, faced with the COVID-19 pandemic, as a top leader, you need to be dynamic and keep yourself abreast with the changes in the operating environment. Secondly, leaders must be highly flexible to the ever-changing macro and microeconomic environments so that they are always abreast with challenges which are obtaining in an economy, like currently being witnessed, which is the COVID-19 pandemic. Thirdly, with remote working becoming the new normal, there is, however, a need to come up with innovative ways that improve coordination and supervision of staff. Fourthly, with these frequent lockdowns, which have been inundated by various presidents and presidents of various countries, visits to the banks are now limited. Hence, use of e-banking platforms should be increased and enhanced. Fifthly, investing in sustainable technological innovations with minimum disruptions now a must for the bank sector. For instance, call centers should be accessed by staff working remotely, that is from home. The various governments need to fast-track investments in power supply, such as off-grid solar energy, that can feed into the main grid to ensure there are no power disruptions for those working remotely to affect performance. Furthermore, investment in robust ICT infrastructure is very critical. Thus, banks should adopt a multi-channel approach which prefers electronic delivery over paper-based delivery of service to the clients. Last but not least, appropriate pricing strategies should be adopted in order to enhance bank performance during the period of COVID-19 emergence. Having said that, in terms of the recommendations, it is prudent to mention that in a nutshell, the four key imperatives to power the recovery and growth of banks during the COVID-19 pandemic are: one, adoption of a strong and dynamic transformational leadership style; two, building a productivity engine; three, scaling up technology; and four, strengthening the risk management structures. Conclusion. This study brings to the fore the need to improve on leadership styles for most local banks, since performance of some banks was negatively impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Two, there is need to revamp current initiatives and invest new thoughts into how local banks can come out of the economic quagmire they are in and improve the general performance of the banking sector in Zimbabwe during the COVID-19 pandemic. The study further recommends that further research be done to determine if non-banking institutions are facing the same challenges as banks due to COVID-19 pandemic, and if the same leadership style could be used by the banks that are applicable to non-banking institutions. I rest my case, Chairperson, and I am ready for the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Raji. May I kindly request Ponsri Prof for any clarification for the candidate?
Just one or two. First of all, why did you choose transformation leadership? Can you explain, Regi?
Thank you very much for that question. As far as the topic is concerned, it says the role of leadership styles. So I looked at all leadership styles, how they've been applied by the various bank executives to power the performance of their banks. And from this evidence I got from the research that I got, it was clearly evident that to a certain extent, transformational leadership is critical for the performance of the banks. Why do I say so? For the banks who have been using this style for 2020 through to 2021, they've been posting profits as opposed to those other banks who have not been using transformational leadership style. They've been struggling in terms of posting profits. Thank you.
So when this transformation leadership is applied, how does it differ from working from home and in the office? Because I'm sure the bank is doing a rotation in their workplace, right?
Yes, you're right.
So how does it differ? Does it differ when you work from home and when you're working in the office? Can you tell me the difference if you're talking about transformation leadership?
Right. I want to say, let's say the scenario where other workers are working from home. Let's say in my case where I'm working for a bank, 50% of the staff, they're currently working from home. But for a leader to say, let's adopt the strategy where others are coming to work, others are working from home on a rotational basis. You need to be dynamic to come up with such a position. But if you are more like an autocratic leader, you may just say everyone should be at home, should be working from home, or everyone should be working at the bank premises. So the dynamism involved in leadership will say to you, okay, 50% of the staff should be working from home, 50% should be coming to work, and then they rotate on a particular time.
Okay. Now, what happens, let's say, using your leadership style, the bank personnel has got COVID. What would this transformation leadership, how does it apply to the employees?
Right. Again, speaking from experience as a banker, if some staff have got COVID, before everyone is admitted in the banking premises, we are all supposed to go for testing, PCR testing. And the moment one is test positive, you are advised to stay away from work and get treatment. And the bank assists in the purchase of the medication for you to be treated whilst you're at home. And those who are at work who are negative, they'll be allowed to operate from home. But as I said earlier on, it calls for someone to come up with a dynamic style to say, okay, this is the approach to adopt. And that's what has been happening in the banking sector in Zimbabwe.
So, what are the limitations you found in this topic?
Yeah, the limitations which I encountered when I was carrying this study is that when the COVID-19 pandemic came into being, no one was prepared for it. And most banks as where they operate in pools where people are operating in a very big office and they were using desktops. So when employees were asked to operate from home, you couldn't carry a whole host of desktops for them to operate from home. Hence, banks had to come up with a budget for the purchase of laptops, which are lighter to carry and operate from home. But for those ones who do not have enough money to purchase the laptops, they face the challenges. And it compromised on the quality of the work and service delivered.
Right. Thank you, Reggie.
You're most welcome.
Thank you very much, Prof,
Thank you
for the insightful comments. Thank you, Reggie, for the presentation.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we move on to our next presenter. It's on impact of COVID-19 pandemic in higher education, a paradigm shift in teaching and learning, traditional, digital, blended, by Dr. G. Smilin Bell Asirvatam and Dr. J. Emima Cherunsia, the postgraduate and research department of biotechnology and bioinformatics of Holy Cross College, and Dr. J. Emima is a postgraduate and research department of the physics at the Holy Cross College in India. Over to you, Doctor, for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the warm welcome. And myself, Dr. Smile, Assistant Professor, Department of Biotechnology, Holy Cross College, Trichy. And Dr. Emima is again a professor, Assistant Professor in Department of Physics in Holy Cross College. Thank you. Myself and Emima will be jointly presenting the presentation today. I think the previous participant not stopped sharing, so it will be helpful for me if they stop sharing, and I'll proceed with the presentation, sir.
No, they've already stopped sharing. You can start sharing here.
How
Yeah.
is it?
Yeah, because there's nothing shared on the screen at the moment. You can start sharing.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes. So our topic is on impact of COVID-19 pandemic in higher education, a paradigm shift in teaching, learning, traditional, digital, and blended. So already we were into these traditional means of teaching for the long years, and all of a sudden, due to this outburst of COVID-19, we are forced to transform ourselves to the digital ways. And digital means of teaching, it's not new to the world. Probably it is very less utilized in such countries like India. And Indian always they prefer in the offline way of teaching and learning process. So there is a vast difference between these offline and online teaching, and the impact based on this also. Many of the factors that have been affecting the learning process as well as the teaching process, both by the problem has been faced both by the faculty as well as the teachers. So the outburst of COVID-19 pandemic affected majority of the zone globally, and most of the schools, universities, research institutions, companies, etc., everybody have closed and they were into the lockdown for the past 1.5 years. And slowly now we are turning up to the institutions and research institutions, colleges, higher educations, etc. And the educational institutions and students, that's been a great task for them, and they are put it into a much of stressfulness, both faculties as well as the teachers, because they have to adopt a new method of learning and teaching. And when we go back to the process of education, at the earlier stage it was completely way of an offline, where it was only verbal and communication, and slowly we started writing, and then education began with the schoolings and higher education, colleges, etc. And then slowly we started using the digital means of education in projectors or internets, etc. And we would have noticed in many places, especially in the educational institutions, saying that mobile phones, no, switch off your mobile phones, etc. But now both the teachers and the students, they are in need of these internet facilities. So again, the process or the facility that's been provided for the teachers as well as the students, it's again a question mark, especially in the developing countries like India. And the traditional classroom, coming to the traditional classroom, yes, traditional classroom is actually a designed build-up space, and with having a furnished to provide a better learning environment for the students. And they are in a live sessions and they can interact with their faculties lively. And it is based on the classroom that they spend their time in interacting with themselves, their friends, or the best learners, and also very particularly hands-on trainings. And most of the science departments, especially the medical students, they have been affected during this pandemic period, because they are in the lack of um, uh, hands-on trainings. And many science graduates, they have moved to virtual laboratories. Of course that will gain knowledge for the students, but still the hands-on experience on the specified experiments, what they are into or what they want to in the future process of research or education, whatever, it's actually lacking. For the last 1 year, the students have faced a lot number of troubles, especially in this manner, and less of distraction when they are in the classroom teaching, because they will always be forced to see the teachers and listen the teacher what. Of course, the student cannot listen more than 5 or 10 minutes, but still we some way manage to attract the students for the 1 year or 40 minutes where the teacher has been. And the teachers is more into the play in case of traditional means of teaching, wherein the other source, they have to get so much of knowledge based on the online content. They have to take recent updates and preparing their PPTs and so. But here in classroom, teacher plays a vital role in course designing and they will be acting as a facilitator and planning experience earlier. They'll be preparing for the lesson plans and bringing the students in a proper manner. And also they change in their behavior as well. Whereas in virtual classroom, it serves to facilitate the teacher, student to student, and the teacher to student interactions have to be there. And even this will be taking place at a distance. They will not be interacting with the live sessions. So they will be in online, but they will not be nearby. And enhance this virtual classroom will enhance interactive communications through the integrated voices as well. The virtual is equal to the assisted with the software. This is very important since because the internet facility should be provided to the students and the facility should be adopted by the teachers as well. So teaching and learning with a computer mediated is a common system wherein they are provided with a proper internet facilities. And when we talk about the virtual classrooms, again, the teaching comes into a synchronous as well as asynchronous mode of teaching, where this synchronous mode of teaching is online presentation and offline presentation. Okay. When we talk about the synchronous mode of teaching, virtual learning had brought into these modes like wherein you can directly face the students live with the technology. That's synchronous, wherein as asynchronous, you can record the videos or you can send the notes for them, or you can send the assessment for them to complete after watching your videos. All those come into the asynchronous mode of teaching. And in synchronous, students learn at the same time and communication will be on real. If you have doubt, they can ask on the spot, and it is more engaging and effective. But the point here was assessing the students matters. How we are going to assessing the students, because they will be in online, and to know whether the students is listening to us, it's a big task to the teachers again. So all these are great impact that's been forced after the post-pandemic era. And in case of synchronous, live webinars can be done to enrich their knowledge, video conferencing can be done, and virtual classrooms also can be handles like Google Classroom, Hangouts, or Zoom, GoToMeet, WebEx, so and so. And asynchronous, it is not the live session, it is a non-live communications, and we can record videos, prepare notes, and submit to the specified classrooms. And finally, you can analyze whether the students have gone through your notes or not. And this pandemic had forced all us to complete and adopt to the virtual learnings by the year 2020. Yet on the other way, again, the teachers face problem based on the infrastructure as well as based on the information gap they have been received during this pandemic period, because all of a sudden they have been shifted towards a new method of teaching, especially those with elder ages, and they have been facing so much trouble in handling this internet because they have been very well practiced in the traditional means of teaching ways, and they are non-conductive atmosphere for the education, wherein the faculties have to be trained first and students have to be trained first, and then it slowly it turned up into a virtual classrooms here, or virtual learnings. And these changes enhances the flipped classroom model by the utilization of virtual labs, especially for science disciplines and medical graduates, as I insisted already. And factors was affected mainly was international student mobility has been drastically reduced. So every institution, every organization, and every student will wish to go for an exchange, go for an international board to learn and get experience, but that was totally reduced in this pandemic or after pandemic, and now it is slowly turning up. And loss of institutional time that is delivered in the school setting, and most of the timings of the schools or as well as the higher educations have been changed, and the people are not adopting to the proper fixed time to the institutions, that again they are facing a problem, and there is lot number of behavior changes in the children as well. And extended working hours for faculties in preparation has been extended, and work at home, even though it is a work at home, they have to take care of the children, they have to take care of the home, as well as they have to take care of the profession. So even though earlier they were teaching, they take much time in preparing their notes and lectures. Generally, it is a cycle of or it is combination technology, curriculum, as well as the service. All these three is a combined form. It has to be co-curriculum where technology is relying on the curriculum, and curriculum obviously if you have these two services by these faculties and the students should be in a mutual manner. So in our institutions, we had just practiced, at the beginning, we started with a very slow turn up of this virtual classrooms because we are not very familiar. Of course, we are there with the teaching and learning. ICT mode of teaching has been practiced, but slowly, all of a sudden, everything has been changed with this virtual learning. So slowly we gave teachers have been facilitated and teachers have been practiced to it, and the students have been trained, and then they are slowly practiced to it with a minimum hours of experience, and slowly we have turned up into a full-length teaching method, and that gave a very good result for both students and the faculties. And this is one of the evaluation pattern as we follow in our organization, and many other institutions, they follow their own independent way. At the beginning, we find much trouble in assessing the students because we won't be able to understand whether the student is with us or not. And later on, after 6 or 8 months of pandemic period have gone, we had practiced a new method in our institutions where during the examination, the student have to be in a portal, have to log in for a particular portal which they have been given in the organization, and they can only write their exam in this website where they have to switch on the camera, otherwise their question papers will not be viewed. So there are a few assessment techniques to maintain and to check whether the students are writing without copying the answers. And forthcoming is the blended learning, which will be explained by my co-author, Dr. Emima. Emima?
Thank you, Dr. Smiler. Yeah, here. Can I present my screen? Can you stop sharing?
Yeah, sure. I'll just stop sharing.
Okay.
Emima, I think you can continue your presentation, Emima.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Emima.
Can you see my screen? Is my voice audible, sir?
Yes, of course.
Okay, thank you. So, Dr. Smilin and Dr. Enima, Assistant Professor, Department of Physics, Holy Cross College, and Dr. Smilin explained beautifully the transition from normal regular classroom teaching to virtual teaching, that is online teaching. Now we are actually entering into a blended learning area. What is actually blended learning and what are the different models of blended learning? So we have reviewed all that and we are in the stage of implementing, or we are implementing that blended learning. We are actually doing that. Blended learning is actually the combination of classroom learning plus online learning, getting the best of both. So combining best environments of traditional face-to-face classroom and high-tech e-learning, both together will form a blended learning. So we will be getting all the benefits, all the necessary benefits from the classroom learning and also online learning. Putting together, we form a blended learning classroom. So in blended learning, we have focus, rotational model, flux model, self-learning model, and enriched virtual model. So under rotational model, we have 4 types: station rotation model, lab rotation model, flipped classroom model, and individual rotation model. So what do you mean by station rotation charters? What we have is, here the learner will have 1 hour of online class, like 9 to 9:30 they will be in virtual mode, and from 9:30 to 10:30 they will have a kind of 10:30 they will have face-to-face interactions with the partners, with the classroom, with the class in charges, or with the tutor. Like that, the circle will go on. The rotation will go on, where the students will be able to do all those things. They will be able to have group discussion. They will be able to interact with their tutor in person. and they will also attend online classes. What do you mean by lab rotation is, it is an outline learning part of instruction in a computer lab, then in the classroom. Instead of going and learning in the classroom, we have a separate computer labs where people can go sit and learn the courses online. And also, if they have any doubts, they can go and ask the tutor in person, or they can go and ask their friends and mentors to help them out. And in the case of flipped classroom is the one where the students learn the lesson content through online mode. They will learn all the content through online mode, but they use this class time for activities where they can discuss an activity-based learning rather than passive learning will be happening in the flipped classrooms. And when it comes to individual rotation, students move through the variety of different learning modalities. So they are not prescribed by teachers. Those are not prescribed. We will not tell our students that you should do this in this hour. From 9 to 9:30, you should go and visit the library. So we will not give those instructions to the students. It is completely customized by the students, so they can do whatever they want. They can allot their time and what they want to do. They want to attend online class or offline class, or they want to have a group discussion at that time, a project at that time, they can do it. That is individual rotation model. Next comes the flux model, where this flux mode of students have access to library. They will be having access to all the library resources, lab, so they will not miss any hands-on training. If they want to have hands-on training, they can go to the lab and they can do their experiments, especially science students. They can do their experiments, and no obligations to attend any kinds of lectures or practical demos. And the teachers and students can interact one-on-one. This is a flux model where they can do, they will have breakout rooms, they have collaboration rooms, they will have study rooms, they can go and do according to their own availability and according to the teacher's availability. Next is self-blend model. Self-blend model makes use of online education content, where you will be learning online either through a cyber launch or from home. You can learn online through online teachers. And when you come to school, you can have an interaction with your tutor or with your fellow group members. You can clear your doubts, and you can have your field trips and industrial visits, and you can attend certificate courses and all those things. What is enriched virtual model is? Enriched virtual model is students divide their time between learning remotely and attending online classes. They can divide their time. Okay, morning I will attend all the offline classes that are available, and at the evening I will attend the online courses that are given to me, so that they can use the virtual platforms in enriched mode to support their needs. So whatever they want to learn, they can learn. Since it is offline and online, they can make use of their time beautifully and effectively, and they can learn whatever they want. They can customize. The students have the opportunity to customize what they want to learn and how they learn. So since we have studied about this blended learning, there are many benefits to blended learning, which will actually promote learners' ownership, which increases learners' interest, and also it provides autonomy to the learner. So the learner has a complete autonomy to what they want to learn and what they want to become and what they need for their self-growth. And instills a disposition of self-advocacy and contributes, enables learners to learn at their own pace, and facilitates data empowerment, and allows instant distinct information and learning. So because of these benefits, we in our institution implements this kind of blended learning. By, if the student wants to do the lab experiments virtually, we are giving all those links and all those they can access all the virtual labs that are available, and they can do their virtual practicals. If they want to do their practicals on the laboratory, we will give some sort of time will be given to them, so they can come and do their experiments at that time. And also through assessing, we do both online and offline assessment mode. So online we will be doing different, we will be conducting quizzes using different Kahoot, Slidos, and Google Forms. We will be conducting all those quizzes so that we can assess what that student's level is. We keep on assessing, monitoring them, and while they come offline, we can have one-on-one interactions so that we can access the level of the student. And also it is a mandatory program in our college that all the students should learn an online course through this portal, Swayam or Netflix. It is made mandatory for our college students that all should do a course, Swayam course, online course, and they have to write an exam, and they have to pass this exam and get a certificate. So we will be using many tools, all online tools, And offline we conduct exams, and online tools we'll be using like Kahoot, Slido to assess our students regularly. And if they want any hands-on experiences, they can come anytime to our lab, and maintaining a social distancing, they can perform their experiments and they can go home. So there are so many benefits to blended learning compared to online or classroom teaching, normal face-to-face teaching. Combining both together will give us a give students the more benefits, and they can give students the self-orientation and self-involvement, and they can improve themselves very well when both of them are combined together and blended beautifully. So we are in the process of implementing different models of blended learning. We are experimenting, and we are in a state where we have customized blended models to ourselves, to our institution, so that it will be beneficial for both the facilitators and the students. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Okay. Now may I kindly request Prof. Ponsri for any clarification, please, Prof.
Thank you, Dr. Ashif. My first question would be, what is the limitation of this research? Can you explain to me? One of you, I don't know whether Dr. Emina or...
Ma'am?
Hello? Yeah. Can you please explain to me the limitation of this subject?
That means blended learning you're asking.
Yeah, limitation of your research.
Limitation of our research. Actually, we are in the process. Yeah. We are not completely implemented or completely into blended learning. So that is what I say. That is the limitation. We have more to explore. So now we are only implementing what is actually possible to us and what can be done. But because blended learning has so many models, and we are in the process of trying each and every model. This is the first step into it. So that would be the limitation, I would say, because of too many problems are there we are facing, and students should come forward to try the new things, try new blended learning models, and the teachers should come forward to try all those blended learning models. So that is the limitation, I would say.
Right. But the model you have actually just now explained very thoroughly, which I must say, can it be used? It only can be used in non-science courses, or both?
Couldn't get you, ma'am. In science or? Ma'am?
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
You hear me?
Yes,
yeah.
Yes,
my question was, the model just now was explained by Dr. Now, this model is only for non-science courses?
No, ma'am, for all the science courses, ma'am. We are doing this for all the science courses, where we will have virtual lab and also we will have hands-on training.
So you will have a virtual lab. So how do you train the students in the virtual lab?
We will actually, at the beginning of the semester, we will give them training on how to use the tools in the virtual lab, ma'am. We will have a separate class for them, and we will train them on how to use different tools in virtual labs and how to do experiments in virtual labs. So we will train them so that they will be able to do it. And also we will see whether all the experiments, because some experiments will work only on laptops with certain configuration, some virtual labs. So we will see to that all the students have access to that kind of version of laptops or computers available with them. If not, we will make that experiment as a hands-on one.
Okay. So this is on the assumption that 100% of your lecturers are IT savvy?
No, actually we are trained, ma'am. We have been training for 2 years. So almost all the, like 90% of the professors here are trained, like science professors are trained in using virtual labs because we have been given trainings, ma'am. We have undergone many trainings to actually use this virtual lab platforms.
Right.
So we have been given training by our institution.
Okay. I guess that's about it, Dr. Ashif. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. J.M. Yuma and Dr. Smilin for the way of your presentation on the pandemic higher education paradigm shift. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Now we move on to our next presenter, another very interesting topic, impact of online education on adolescents, girls during the pandemic by Dr. S. Shanti, Associate Professor, Research Center of Home Science, Fatima College in India. Over to you, Prof, for the presentation. Prof, you have to unmute yourself, please. The mic is muted.
Very warm greetings to one and all present here. I thank God Almighty and the Binary University for having given me this opportunity to present this paper. Shall I present the screen, sir?
Yes, please, Prof. You can share the screen.
I'm Dr. S. Shanti, Associate Professor, Research Center of Home Science, Fatima College, Madurai, India. My paper title is Impact of Online Education in Adolescent Girls During the Pandemic. Introduction. As you all know, the COVID-19 pandemic has shattered the entire human community in all walks of life, and every sector has been affected, and education sector is not exceptional. The global lockdown, the closures of college, the paradigm shift in the new system of education with the advent of online education has drawn the attention of the researchers and influenced them to probe into this problem and depict the reality to the public so as to make the stakeholders or the policy makers to formulate the intervention programs. Background of the on exploring the literature, it is so vivid that the impact of online education has brought an adverse impact not only on the educational system of the children or the students, but also in the lifestyle of the student community in various dimensions. The factors like privacy, gadgets, devices, internet, overcoming the disturbance, uncertainty of the future, the novel method of learning, distracted environment, increased screen time usage, or all the factors, and also the skills required, infrastructure and the skills required in updating their learning pattern, are all the factors which influence and affected the student community. When on playing this unexpected drama, educational institutes or the units are struggling to find options to handle this very peculiar situation. The magnitude of the problems may vary with the geographical setup, or the socio-economic and the cultural status of the regions. So an in-depth study in this problem in specific regions may be recommended. This calls for an immediate attention of the educational authorities and the policymakers to focus this problem and help the student community, reassuring that they will help them in all of their mental and physical health problems. The aim of the research to assess the impact of online education on students, on the learning skills, and on the physical and mental health. These are the literature review. There are many reviews. In a nutshell, the reviews are all talking about the devices used by the students at various areas, and the disturbances of the social media. The classroom is better, classroom learning is better understanding, sleeping habits, their daily routine, social life, and these are all the factors which affect their health system, and digital infrastructure, and topping up of the internet, and students experience anxiety, or all the factors being referred by all these previous literatures. Research methodology. Selection of area, Fatima College, Madurai, India was a select area, and the sample or undergraduate students, that is adolescents between the age group of 18 to 20 years. Adolescents have been focused here because this adolescent group is a more sensitive group where they may be much affected compared to the other groups. Sampling techniques, simple random sampling was adopted. An electronic questionnaire was designed on Google Forms, and the framed questionnaire comprised of 5 areas, starting with personal data, challenges in online education, basic information about the gadgets, applications, and the internet used, the impact of online education on the physical health, and on the mental health. The research objectives: to determine the emotional state of the students during pandemic, to study the impact of online education on the physical and mental health of students, to identify the devices, methods adopted by the students, to recognize the challenges faced by the students, to expose the data to the informatic resources so as to use in future for further action. Research questions: what are the predominating causes that stricken the mental health of the adolescents during pandemic? What are the factors that disturb their learning system? What are the challenges they face in online learning? In what way it impacted the physical and mental health of the students? Summary of findings. Uncertainty and anxiety, expose of media, the closure of the institutions are the factors that stricken the mental health of the students. Majority of the students use mobile phones and less number use a laptop, whereas this is contradictory to the study mentioned by Manshak et al. In Georgia University, where 100% students are using laptop and the other advanced technology compared to India. 40% compelled to buy, and 60% possessed already the mobile which they existing at home, which is a common phone for the whole family. 40% of the student were not possessing the phone until and otherwise online education was launched. It is most distracting factor to know that 80% of them are denied with internet facilities at home, and 30% of the respondents struggles to top up their internet charges. 53% of the population prefer offline education, followed by 27 and 20% on both online and both the systems. Summary of findings continued. Google Meet and Google Classroom are the most used platform for learning. Social media, interruption of internet, unfavorable environment at home are the major disturbances found in online classes. Being adolescents, majority of the students express their feeling that they miss all the fun and the enjoyment like sports, cultural, group events, and inter-college meet, etc. Owing to the comfortability in online class, 20% prefer online classes. Loss of study routine, lack of concentration, tiredness, eye irritation, and other physical pain are the major impact on physical health. Feeling stressful, feeling demotivated, difficult to concentrate, and boredom are the major findings with related to the impact on mental health. Majority of the students are feeling much stressful, feeling more demotivated because of their loneliness, and they find it more difficult to concentrate because sitting at the computer and digital is more difficult for them, and it was not a used pattern, and boredom is also there because of lack of peer group. These are the factors, the percentage of the factors which stricken the mental health of the students. Uncertainty and anxiety, the expose of media, closure of educational institution, loss of routine, and loss of loved ones are the major factors which affected the mental health of the students. And new protocol to be followed in terms of precaution, sudden isolation, the financial crisis, and restricted social connections are the minor persons. disturbances on online learning, temptation to the other social media. While they are working on their online, they are tempted to use their social medias like YouTube, WhatsApp, etc. And the disruption of internet services is at the 20%, an unfavorable environment, because in an Indian system, their housing systems are very close. They are more close to the clan and joint family system, where more amount of disturbances are found at home. So the children doesn't find it more a favorable environment to have online learning. And lack of privacy. There is no separate room for them to sit and learn, maybe sitting in the hall along with other parents or grandparents or other children, which may be a nuisance for them for their learning, and they get demotivated to learn only from seeing the screen. Impact of online education on physical health: loss of study routine, lack of concentration, tiredness, headache are the major areas where they've been impacted with their physical health, and these are the major issues out of their online learning. And lack of interest, eye irritation, headache, all these things, mild form of distraction, or all the other minor percentage on impact of online education on physical health. Impact of online education on mental health: feeling more stressful, feeling demotivated, difficult to concentrate, feeling of loneliness due to isolation and boredom are the major factors which influenced or affected the mental health. But whereas feeling of uncertainty and sleep disturbance are the minor areas which affected their mental health. Contribution: major findings help the researchers for future reference. The findings or the results of the study can be used by both scholars or the researchers for their future references, and it will be a great insight for the parents, the teachers, the educational community, the medical and government authorities to plan any intervention programs in order to combat this issue. Recommendations: based on the result, the researchers strongly recommend the following. A post-pandemic study can be conducted after the redemption, after pursuing the, continuing the offline education. Collected data can be sourced and used for future projects. Mental health program can be organized in association with the medical and government departments in order to give support the students and to help them to overcome the mental health problems. Financial assistance can be arranged for the needy. Most of the children mental health are affected only because of the financial problem, where they are not able to top up their internet or to buy a good Android phone or a laptop, or to work on with online programs. So financial assistance is more important for them to recover into normal life. Conclusion: the study outcomes strongly report that the students are still under panic and are gradually coming down towards normality. Though this digital system or digital learning is a preference for them because of the comfortability, majority of them still favors traditional classroom method because of the teacher interaction. Our education meaning is itself to bring a behavioral change in an individual. Behavioral change in individual can be brought only with the values which can be inculcated to them only through the institution, not through the online learning. So I strongly suggest for the offline learning, or at least the authorities should ensure the offline classes at least for minimum of days to bring back the normality, and thereby cutting down the social isolation. And the impact on physical and mental health is more significant. So proper counseling services should be offered both on online and offline in order to support the mental health and well-being of students. Similarly, provision for topping of the internet should be continued and augmented, because our government and also our the institution which I have chosen is already been supporting them with their financial assistance, but that should be continued and even it augmented. Faculty members and students should develop an interest to learn the new technology or update the new technology, and they should coordinate with each other to make the learning a more rich and effective. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Dr. Shanti, for the wonderful presentation. May I kindly request Prof. Dr. Sulu for any clarifications for this presentation, Prof? And we have to unmute, ma'am.
Me?
Thank you, Dr. Asif, and my apologies for having had to leave for a bit. Okay, the study is extremely interesting, and it is you're looking at the impact of the online education on adolescent girls.
Yes.
I'm just very curious whether the similar findings will emerge if you looked at the impact of online learning on adolescent boys, which is something that's not been done in your study, which is understandable that your sample was drawn from your students in Fatima College.
Yes.
So that's my first observation, whether all adolescents would have that same kind of, whether your output will be the same if you expanded the study to include all adolescent boys and girls. My second observation is that a lot of the factors that you mentioned are very interesting. For example, you mentioned the lack of privacy for them to access online learning, the cost and the challenges of topping up their internet, as well as you also mentioned that that students get tired, they're bored, they are inattentive, and also they can't concentrate on the lesson and things like that. Okay, maybe an online platform would exacerbate that, but all this kind of thing about being tired, bored, and all that also happens in conventional classrooms. It's not just because it's online. So that is one of the factors. And I do agree with you, definitely. Uh, I think it's the ability of the lecturer to assess whether or not the students have been able to absorb what is being taught because of online platforms, because you cannot see face language, you cannot look at body language. I think this is a challenge, I think, for the lecturer. For on the students' part, I think the factors that affect them more will be the other environmental factor. And my question to you is that the lack of concentration, etc. I'm just wondering, given the context of India and many other Asian societies, which are patriarchal, when the girls are at home and attending school online, are they expected to contribute to household chores, which they cannot do when they are in school, number one, and also whether or not generally boys are actually exempted by their mothers from contributing to household domestic chores. So I do not know whether this is one of the factors that actually makes a student tired, inattentive, and things like that. One of the positive things of online education in many countries that the research is showing is that it has helped to keep more girls in school. And because it's an online platform, you don't need to go out to acquire education. And I think the potential for having online education for a country that's the neighbor, like Afghanistan, and for women's education, I think the online platform is a great potential to keep women in school. I would just like your reaction to that, Dr. Shanti.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Your first question, why not boys? Is since girls were available, I took girls as my sample. Second point is that in Indian setup, especially like Madurai, boys have got freedom to roam over or to talk with friends or to sit on in a social gathering, but whereas girls are restricted to. So colleges, offline classes are the only recreation or a possibility for these students to mingle with or to entertain with. So they prefer offline classes. That's what girls differ from boys with regard to boring or entertainment or concentration concern. Second point, girls do engage in household chores. Boys are not. Of course, they can engage themselves at home with a household chores concern. But regarding the education, attending to the education, that alone is boring for them. They want another options like being with a peer group or to chat or to sit on. In the offline classes, they do have a break They go in, share themselves during lunchtime or snack time, or more amount of entertainment programs, intercollegiate programs, sports and cultural programs are available, which are all missing by these girls. So boys, they don't look in for it because boys have got other opportunities to engage themselves. But only a rare opportunities are missed for these adolescent girls. That is the reason boring and concentration problem comes. And second, online education is good for women because being at home, they can learn. But in these days, because of emancipation and even more the educational literacy of the mothers, they would like to send their children to colleges and to attend offline classes in order to get the values imbibed by the institutions. This is what I feel.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Prof, for that insightful comments. Okay. Prof, if I just may want to add on a bit to Prof. Shanti's topic. Since the study is carried out with our research population from Fatima College,
yes,
right?
Yes,
so I think if you look into the title of the presented topic, it says the impact of online education on adolescent girls during pandemic. So you can specify specifically like impact of online education on adolescent girls studying at Fatima College, or any specific department was it carried on, or it is overall, overall, so that will be much focused, and for anyone who reads your the article would know that it's not in general it is being explained, and later on maybe in the scope of the work you just add on that part to make it look a bit more focused. Thank you, Prof. It was a wonderful presentation.
For all of your inputs. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now we move on to, we have got 2 more presentations for today to complete. Thank you for being with us. Our next presenter is from China. It's a review on service quality dimensions in higher education sector and research prospects after COVID-19 pandemic by Li Fifei and Dr. Mui Wakian. Li Fifei is a PhD research fellow at Binary University, and Prof. Dr. Mui is a professor with the Infrastructure University of Kuala Lumpur. Over to you, Li Fifei. If you can start sharing your screen, please.
Yes.
Yes, and please note we have got 10 minutes time for the presentation, please. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for Dr. Asif. Now I want to share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen and hear my voice?
Yes, we can see your screen very clearly and you are very loud and clear. Carry on.
Okay. Now I want to share my research on this title, and it's about a literature review and a research prospects. Now let's begin with the introduction. Nowadays we can see that many people regard higher education as a kind of service. Because higher education services have the characteristics of intangible, heterogeneous, inseparable, and perishable, and which are similar to the general service trade. And as the marketization and internalization of higher education have put universities under intense competitive pressure, the importance of service quality has been increasingly highlighted in higher education sector. And now let's move on to the background of the research. And with the outbreak of COVID-19, new changes have taken place in the environment and conditions for the development of higher education. For higher education institutions, the COVID-19 pandemic has left schools with a huge challenge of students' loss and finance constraints. This is the example. And for students, the explosion of COVID-19 has prevented some students from returning to campus, and they have passively chosen an online learning option. And this left them with the problem of adapting to virtual learning and new ways of university governance. And now comes to the aim of the research. The purpose of this article is to review the research literature on higher education service quality, to explore the impact of online learning models on higher education service quality, and to provide an outlook on higher education service quality research in the post-epidemic era. And now come to the literature review. The literature review will about 4 parts. The first part is what is service quality. There are mainly 3 definitions. And the first one is the 2 definition of the author have 2 definitions of service quality. Qualities meets a characteristic, and quality meets or exceeds customer expectations. And the second view is quality is a form of overall evaluation of a product, which is similar to attitude. And the third one is service quality is a comparison from what customers expect with their perceptions of the performance of firms providing the services. And the second part is the literature about the composition of service quality. And there are mainly 3 points of view. The first one is the components of service quality include technical quality and functional quality. And the second view is about the mention that the physical environment of the service encounter is also a dimension of service quality. And the third the third point of view mentioned that economic consequence is the dimension of service quality. And the third part of the literature is about the dimensions of service quality. There are a lot of crucial research results in this part. And I will introduce several influential research. The first research is the model called ServCo model. And it mentioned that tangible reliability, responsiveness, assurance, and empathy are the dimensions of service quality. And the second point of view mentioned that the service performance is the most important measurement of service quality. And the third one is higher education performance model. And it consists of 6 dimensions: non-academic aspects, academic aspects, reputation assets, program issues, and understanding. And the fourth one is also a higher education service quality model, and contains 5 dimensions: administrative quality, physical environment quality, core educational quality, support facilities quality, and transformative quality. And the other point of view, I will not mention them in details. We can come to the conclusion that this part of the literature shows that the measurement of higher education service quality has achieved fruitful results. However, with the COVID-19 pandemic, the online learning will inevitably affect the students' learning experience and change their perception of the higher education institutions. But this literature are not include this factor. And the third part of the literature is about the e-service quality. And because these authors are all mention the service quality on the internet, like the e-economics, e-commerce, the web quality, the e-tie quality, and the site quality, and ES scale quality. And to sum up, the measurement of e-service can be used as a reference for the measurement of e-learning service. However, due to the intangible long-term and by the rational characteristic of learning service, the measurement of e-learning services, e-learning service quality has its unique dimension. And now come to the fourth part of the literature, e-learning service quality. There are mainly the mainly research includes as follows, and we can see that the first view, the first point of view show us that the instructional service quality and non-instructional service quality are two dimensions of e-learning service quality. And the second point of view show us that the information quality, system quality, and service quality can be used to measure e-learning service quality. And the third also show us that the e-learning service quality consists of 6 dimensions: supportive issues, instructor attitudes, learner perspective, content quality, service quality, and system quality. And the fourth point of view identify 5 factors. The 6 and the 7 views point of view show us that the can use the circle scale to measure the quality of e-learning services. And from this part of literature, we can note that factors mentioned several times by scholars can be considered important. For example, course content, instructor attitudes, interaction between students and students, interactions between instructors and students, empathy, responsiveness, reliability, assurance, tangibility, security, privacy, and ease of use. And these factors can be divided into the following 3 groups: instructional service quality, information system quality, and support service quality. And let's come to the summary of findings. The measurement of e-learning service quality should include the factors of service quality in traditional classroom learning and the factors in the service delivery process brought by e-learning. We can use self-performance, higher education performance, and other widely accepted scales to measure the service quality of the traditional classroom learning. Plus the factor of course content that is considered to be a significant effect. And for the factors in the service delivery process brought by e-learning, we can combine the characteristics of e-learning and TAI system quality, consisting of security, privacy, ease of use, and interactive effectiveness as measurement factors. And the recommendations, we can in the future we can do the research on the e-learning service quality, and the relationship between e-learning service quality and students' e-learning satisfaction and loyalty, adding factors such as corporate image and student cultural differences, and the physical environment factor into the model. And the contribution of this article is to sort out the research literature on service quality and complete the preliminary construction of the e-learning service quality measurement framework based on the literature review. And we can look forward to the future research landscape and provide reference value for related researchers. The limitation that I can introduce all of the factors in e-learning service quality, and I can refine the research framework in details, and I can provide the provide the empirical research right now. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Li Fifi, for the presentation on the review on service quality dimensions in higher education sector and research prospects after COVID. May I kindly request Prof. Zulu for any clarifications, Prof? Prof have to unmute.
Yeah, hi, Feifei.
Hi.
Yeah, it's good to see that you are progressing very well in your research.
Thank
and
you
I
so
really
much.
look forward to you completing this research. And you have looked at the literature and you have identified the different ways in which the service quality can be measured in the for e-learning, okay, and for the various e-learning programs. Can you please suggest or let the audience have some insight into where are you going to do the study, who are likely to be your sample? Because it's not just for learning, it's also for teaching, right? And whether you're going to include teaching as well in the measurement of service quality. Because when you talk about service quality, yeah, you talked about ServQual and all that, but the more important thing is we just have to have some, because basically what you have done is a literature review and you've done a fairly comprehensive literature review. So can you please just explain to us how you're going to do this study, where you're going to do it, who is going to be your sample? Have you thought of this at this stage? You should have.
Thank you for Professor Zulu. And I plan to do the research and take the do the research on from the student's perspective. And
okay.
Yeah, and I will ask some students to do the research with me, and maybe some foreign students.
Okay,
in
so
China.
where are the students going to come from? You're talking about students' perspective. So where will these students come from?
Because now in China, all of us are studied in classroom now. And
okay, now you're in classrooms. Okay.
Yeah, but the international students are still on the online learning. So I plan to ask the international students to do the research.
So when you say international students, you're talking about Chinese students studying in international institutions or international students studying in Chinese institutions?
I plan to do the research on the international students study in China.
Oh, studying in China, okay.
Yeah.
And it all, even though all of you in China are back to face-to-face classrooms, it may be useful for you to also get a retrospective. That means they can do some kind of a comparison between how it was when they were learning online and now that they are in the face-to-face classroom. Because I know that everybody would have gone online at some point, and the students, and I think to include that perspective into your study will actually enrich your study. If you ask the students who are currently in the face-to-face classrooms, what was it like when they did the study online?
I think that online teaching is a new takes some new conditions different from the traditional classroom. And the traditional classroom always already have a lot of research about this. But
right, no, I think you didn't understand my question, Feifei. What I was trying to say is that the students, you said that in China, the students are back to traditional classroom, right?
Yeah. Yes.
But they were in online classrooms at one point, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Or did China never do online classrooms for local students?
Yes.
So what I was asking you is to get a perspective from these students as well.
Okay. Thank you for your suggestion. It's very
useful. It's just a suggestion. If you have to discuss it with your supervisor and decide whether you want to take that on. Asif, maybe you can also open the floor to yourself and to other members if they have any questions for Feifei.
Okay, sure, ma'am. Dear attendees, if any one of you have anything in particular to this particular presentation, you're most welcome to come up with a question. From my side, if you ask me, Lififi, as I see your title, you are saying the research prospects after COVID-19 pandemic. Because officially we are still within the COVID-19 pandemic, right? So the title you need to relook into, or you can say, because it can be only a post-pandemic study when officially WHO takes the thing away, there's no more pandemic. Like what they have told officially back in March 2000, I think on the 11th of March, they officially declared that the word pandemic is there now. So unless and until WHO takes it off, there is no more pandemic now, then I think your title after COVID-19 pandemic is fine. But still still maybe China has started face-to-face classes, but that does not mean the rest of the world is, beyond post-pandemic, right? Or you have to say post-pandemic in Guangxi, China, for example. So if Guangxi, state has given the declaration that there is no pandemic at the moment, for example. Yeah. So because since the title shows the way, so you need to be very focused on the title.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Lififi, for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. We come on to our last presenter for today's presentation. The last presenter is going to present on a conceptual study on virtual leadership in higher education beyond COVID-19 pandemic, overcoming challenges and seizing opportunities by Nora Razemba from Zimbabwe, our DBA researcher at the Binary University. Over to you, Nora Razemba, if you can start sharing your screen, please.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Doc. My research is a conceptual study on virtual leadership in higher education beyond COVID-19 pandemic, overcoming challenges and seizing opportunities. This is a conceptual study exploring opportunities brought about by the pandemic in higher education, challenges faced, and virtual leadership effect in virtual learning environment. The aim of the study, the research aimed to study transformational leadership models regarded as effective tools of virtual leadership capable of minimizing obstacles in virtual learning environments, increase performance, innovation, creativity, and group cohesiveness and learner satisfaction. Background of the study. Outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic brought about closures of schools, training institutes, and higher education globally. Most higher education institutions grabbed the opportunity of shifting to virtual learning. Virtual platforms such as Microsoft Teams, Google Classrooms, Canvas, and Blackboard were introduced, and social media like WhatsApp was also used for teaching and learning purposes. Virtual learning environments allowed professors to have virtual hours and hold live lectures with students from different parts of the globe in an interactive way of learning through video conferencing, use of online whiteboards, and screen sharing. Most institutions of higher learning are moving towards adopting virtual learning options that save their situation beyond pandemic. The obstacles encountered by the shift from face-to-face to virtual learning were as follows: weaknesses of online teaching infrastructure, the limited exposure of teachers to online teaching, information gap, non-conducive environment for learning at home, challenges with internet accessibility, equity and academic excellence in terms of higher education. In many developing countries, the economically backward children were unable to afford online learning devices such as laptops and mobile phones. The summary of findings. Effective leadership in virtual learning environments is considered to enhance students' learning experience by overcoming barriers associated with web-based. Virtual leadership is defined as an individual's capacity to influence others' behavior in a technology-mediated or virtual environment. The leadership provides a change in attitude, feelings, thinking, behavior, and performance. Virtual leaders could be informal school principals or academic leaders or the action of teachers and students. The literature indicates that transformational leadership models are perceived to be effective tools of virtual leadership, capable of minimizing obstacles in virtual learning environments, increase performance, innovation, creativity, group cohesiveness, and learner satisfaction. Transformational leadership is defined as management style in which the leader encourages, motivates, and inspires subordinates to grow, innovate, and create change. An effective transformational leader is reported to normally exhibit following attributes that are perceived to enhance performance in virtual employees. The leader gives personalized attention to employees as a mentor or coach. Employees react differently to new technology and change in general, so they need this attribute. The leader inspires and transforms individuals to be creative in problem solving and innovation. The leader changes values, beliefs, and attitude of followers and exhibits consistent behavior as role model. The leader involves employees develop preferred vision for future, communicate clear expectations, demonstrate commitment to shared goals and visions. The leader motivates and trains employees for performance beyond ordinary expectation through effective training and development programs. The literature review, the first author was Pockrell and Chetren, 2021. This is a research paper highlighting impact of COVID-19 pandemic on teaching and learning globally and paving way to an opportunity of introducing digital learning. And the second one is from Oldward, PELPS 2019. It's a research paper investigating perceptions of virtual leaders in online higher education institutions regarding their successful leadership traits, behaviors, strategies, and beliefs. And then the third one, Pavanova and Bono, a paper discussing leadership style in face-to-face and virtual settings. Studies revealed that the leadership in face-to-face context is not the same as in virtual environment. Research methodology. Due to time constraints, the research is a conceptual study, and following areas were reviewed from existing literature: impact of COVID in higher education, virtual platforms, the virtual leadership in higher education, and transformational leadership in virtual teams. Research objectives. Drawing from existing literature, research objectives were to ascertain opportunities and challenges experienced in higher education during COVID-19 and to establish effects of applying transformational leadership style in higher education virtual learning environment, even beyond pandemic. The conceptual study aims to answer the following questions: whether the transformational leadership can be an effective tool of virtual leadership in higher education, overcoming obstacles and grabbing opportunities beyond pandemic; whether the transformational leadership has impact on performance of virtual employees in higher education that can lead to student satisfaction. Contribution. This research helps to understand attributes of transformational leadership style that are necessary in leading virtual learning environments. Research highlights on transformational leadership is more desirable in virtual teams, since managing virtual teams requires being flexible and adaptable to change. Transactional leadership may be beneficial in achieving goals and increasing productivity in the short term, but transformational leadership focuses on intrinsic motivation and role modeling and is thought to be superior in terms of increasing performance, innovation, creativity, group cohesiveness, and learner satisfaction in long term. Recommendations. As higher education institutions consider to incorporate virtual learning beyond pandemic, there is need for institutions of higher learning to invest more in online teaching infrastructure, such as platforms, data centers, software, cloud services. There is need to improve lecturers' exposure to virtual teaching by continuous training and development on virtual learning options. Universities to establish virtual human resource policies, as they are now adopting virtual workers. Governments to consider subsidizing internet and gadgets such as laptops and smartphones in developing countries. There is need for further studies and policies on pedagogical methods effective in virtual learning environment. Conclusion. Most institutions of higher education are studying more on best virtual learning strategies to adopt beyond pandemic for sustainability and growth. Research shows that use of effective transformational leadership models may minimize barriers that are associated with virtual learning environments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nora, for the wonderful presentation. Prof, for any comment?
Okay, Nora, listening to your presentation, yours is a conceptual study. Can I take it that this study is going to be expanded? Because I guess that this is part of your BBA research.
Yes, it's going to be expanded, at least to be a quantitative research, maybe tailor-making to some universities. Like right now, I'm working at a university in Mozambique. We have got some government universities and private ones. So
right.
Yes, so I could conduct the research to some tailor-made universities, maybe with questionnaires to lecturers, deans, and academic leaders.
Okay, one of the things that you could do, if you are looking at public or state-owned universities and private universities, you could do a very good comparative study.
Okay.
Okay, the reason I'm saying this is that currently in the Malaysian context, there is a tremendous pressure on universities in general to lower tuition fees.
Okay.
Okay, and tuition fees is a major source of income for private universities. In the case of public universities, they are heavily subsidized by the government. So tuition fees are only a minuscule of their revenue. So whether they lower the fees or they don't lower the fees is not going to make any impact on their operations, whether it's on an online platform or whether it's online or offline. But in the case of private universities, it's a different ballgame altogether. So one of the things that would be good for you to do a comparative study, because even adapting online platforms, there is investments to be made.
Yes.
And investments means dollars and cents. And in the case of public universities, these investments are very often made by the governments. But in private universities, it has to be made by the owners of the university or the university itself, which is in turn gets its revenue from student fees. And you know that during the pandemic, many many universities are facing challenges with decreasing number of students, and there is tremendous pressure to reduce the fees because students argue that they're not coming face to face, they are not using our facility, they're not using our electricity, they're not using our internet services, they're not using the libraries, and they don't want to pay the fees that they would pay if they were coming online. So these are things that you take into consideration when you are doing your study, because these are important aspects. And whether the future post-pandemic is going to be universities, deciding to go remain online, or whether universities will use a hybrid model where they will do some online and some offline, or it's going to be completely offline. So there are lots of considerations, and we are beginning to see, we as a university are beginning to see the advantages of having an online education in terms of retaining students online, in terms of dropout rates, in terms of expanding our outreach and things like that. So these are things that you have to take into account. And it's good that you have come up with a conceptual framework looking at online education, and whether this is going to be a way forward, whether this is going to be a permanent feature on the landscape of the future landscape of education, we are not sure, but it looks very likely, given the current student population. They don't like to sit in classroom, they don't like to sit still. They're very fidgety, they're always playing with their phones and things like that in the face-to-face class. Whereas in the online, they like technology, they're already in the technology platform, so it excites them. But being in a traditional classroom, it doesn't do very much. And I think there is a huge cultural context attached to this. When students are free to interact with both genders, and they have social life, and they can continue with their social life even when education has gone, decides to remain online, then it's such a challenge, because we heard earlier presenters saying that the students, because their social life is restricted when they are in online classrooms, they prefer the option.
Offline.
Yeah. So you need to also incorporate the cultural dimension a little bit to see whether or not it makes a difference. And of course, I mean, most of us would have had glorious university days. So whether those glorious university days would not be enjoyed by the future generation of students is just we have to wait and see. Okay, those are my comments, Asif.
Thank you, ma'am. Indeed, it's a good researchable topic as the conceptual framework we're discussing. It's not only the online education for the education purpose. Like, for example, we are here today on the online platform for the conference, right? that's also a component of any academic activity. So if the online would not have picked up, such activities globally, at the moment is not possible unless and until they're restricted to some small country, countries itself, where the overseas travels are still restricted. Yeah. So online is really giving some of the benefits at the moment. But yes, as Prof mentioned a bit earlier, that face-to-face has its own charm. But these online activities or online education, online conference would be always complementing the face-to-face. That's why the blended learning is always now a component of most of the education sector, right? So you may look onto that part as well, so that not only education, but it is the entire education sector for that per se is really focusing on that aspect. Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation, Nora. Okay, and maybe you
You're
can develop
welcome.
this gradually to your researchable topic, when you are writing the thesis. Thank you.
You're welcome, Doc.
Okay, dear participants, actually we have come to the end for our day one presentations. If I just summarize our day one presentation, today we had one keynote speaker and followed by 10 paper presentations. We have heard about innovative teaching learning practices from Professor Namrata Sharia. We have heard about transformational leadership role in the work performance from Tandere Matende. Then we went on to listening to innovative educational practices for overcoming the challenges and in calculating the holistic values in online teaching and learning by Dr. Michael Somansu and Professor Sarita and Dr. Mallika Sakar. Then we went on to listening to effects of leadership style on employees' performance, a case of study of Tunnel Holdings Limited in Harare from Masevo Beauty. Then we had another presentation on innovative experiential learning as a pedagogy, a case study of St. Francis Institute of Management and Research by Professor Sancheta Banerjee and co-authored by Anish George and Abhishek Karban. And then we went on to listening to another good presentation as a role of leadership style and performance of the banks during the COVID-19 pandemic in Zimbabwe by Reggie. Then, of course, another good presentation on impact of COVID-19 pandemic in higher education, a paradigm shift in teaching and learning, traditional, digital, blended by Professor Dr. G. Smilin and Dr. J. Emima. Then we went to another presentation from the impact of online education on adolescent girls during the pandemic by Dr. S. Shanti from Fatima College. That was also another good presentation and many things we have learned from that. Eventually, we went on to a review on service quality dimension in the higher education sector and research prospects after COVID-19 pandemic by Li Fifei from China. And that also gave us a good idea on the service quality education. And finally, we had the presentation given by our last presenter today, Nora Rozemba, on a conceptual study on virtual leadership in higher education beyond COVID-19 pandemic. So with that, actually, it was wonderful 10 academic paper presentations and one keynote from our Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Prof. Dr. Sulochana Nair. So indeed, it was a very wonderful session and come to an end. But for tomorrow, our last day of this conference, we will have 8 interesting papers coming up from very good research perspective. And we'll start at the same time, that is 2 p.m. Malaysian Standard Time, which is 11:30 Indian Standard Time, is 8 a.m. African Standard Time. So I will share with you the new Zoom link for tomorrow's session. Maybe by tonight, I'll update you by email and those who are in my WhatsApp group. So I'll update in the WhatsApp as well. So we are looking for exciting presentation tomorrow as well from remaining 8 presenters. So like as I mentioned at the beginning, this international conference had 18 papers and 1 keynote. So I thank you all for your being here today and looking forward to have you tomorrow as well. Take care, stay safe, and God bless all of you.